We're happy that you are joining us, and we look forward to showing you the highest quality artwork in the television market today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Fine Art Auction. But first, the rules. All bidders must be registered, and if you're going to bid, make sure you know all the rules. First of all, there is a 10% buyer's premium added to each winning bid. Bidders will be responsible for shipping. All works are guaranteed to be as described, or you don't own it, and you may return it to us for a full and prompt refund. If for any other reason you decide to return your purchase, you may do so for up to 7 days after receipt. But in this case, the buyer's premium and shipping are non-refundable. It is mandatory that you obtain a RMA number for all returns. To obtain this number, simply call customer service during normal business hours. All artwork must be received back to us in exactly the same condition as when it was shipped. Please visit the shopavc.com website for a full list of terms and conditions that apply to all of our auctions. And now, from our studios in Atlanta, it's the Fine Art Auction. Tonight, we've got works from the masters, the latest up-and-coming street art, and tonight's featured work. From Atlanta to Los Angeles to New York, it's the Fine Art Auction, live!
And a very good Friday evening to you out there, and thank you for watching the Fine Art Auction here on America's Value Channel. My name is Tony Calderon, and I will be facilitating the show for the first hour, and then your host, Ray Taylor, will be in at 9 p.m. to take you to all the way till 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we have a spectacular show for you tonight. I want to give you a quick rundown on tonight's show list, and then we will get the auction started momentarily. And we're going to kick the show off tonight when you're going to be bidding the pair of the very rare prints from Picasso's famous Las Meninas suite. We'll talk all about that in just a second. After that, I have a pair of Pedro Ortiz Munoz. Wasn't it fun having him in studio last week? It was a good time. Always loved seeing him. Such a nice young man, good kid. I call him a kid because he's the same age as my oldest son. But that was fun to have him in studio last week. So I do have an original with one of his new colored backgrounds with a print. So we're going to be doing that as the second lot of this evening. And then I'm going to close out the first hour with a Divine Comedy woodcut from Salvador Dali, Dante Purified. We'll talk all about that. When Ray comes up, he's going to start his set off with a extensively hand-colored woodcut by Albrecht Dürer. That one is going to be Christ Harrowing Hell. Very rare, spectacular piece there from Albrecht Dürer, 1550. Then he's going to have a Vincent van Gogh copperplate engraving from 1920. One of the double-sided offset lithographs from Banksy from his Ukraine series. Then we have a hand-embellished Giclée on canvas by Fanch Ledon. Then we have a spectacular, we're getting into the really high-end Jean-Claude Navarro glass sculptures, so that's coming up. Then we have a Raphael. Check out the next three lots after the Navarro. We have a Raphael from 1674. Then we have a Michelangelo Lifetime from 1540. And then after that, we have a 1716 French edition from the Treatise on Painting by Leonardo da Vinci. So right there, you have the three Renaissance Italian masters in a row coming up later this evening. Raphael, Michelangelo, then da Vinci. After that, we have a very unique Victor Vasarely hand-signed serigraph, but it's not only hand-signed by Victor Vasarely, it's also signed by 3 Russian cosmonauts. We're going to talk about all about that one. It's a very cool, I don't know if you're familiar with, we've had him on over the years. We don't get a lot of Victor Vasarely. He's the op art, illusional art, 3D kind of art. So if you're not familiar with Victor Vasarely, His works are very expensive. He has his own museum, and we have a very unique piece that's actually signed by 3 Russian cosmonauts, hand-signed by Vassarelli himself, numbered with all the studio stamps and everything. Very cool piece. After that, we're going to have one of the Kef new ceramic chargers. Then we have a hand-signed Dali from the very desirable portfolio, Much to Do About Shakespeare, Dali's interpretation of some of the famous Shakespeare plays. Very cool. We don't get that portfolio very often over the years. Then we have a mixed media original resin work with diamond dust from Shane Gaudreau. Haven't had a Shane Gaudreau on in a while. Then we're going to end the show with a lifetime, very famous image, Wolf Sausage, 1985, by Jean-Michel Basquiat. So I'm going to show you a quick little video about Pablo Picasso, and I'll be right back to tell you all about Las Meninas.
Pablo Picasso was one of the greatest and most influential artists of the 20th century, as well as the co-creator of Cubism. Born in Malaga, Spain in 1881, Picasso was a painter, sculptor, printmaker, ceramic artist, stage designer, and was considered radical in his work.
Pablo Picasso, the name is just so huge. It's just a global name. When he first arrived in Paris in 1899, did he even think that he would dominate the entire history of art, the world of art, for the next 100 years?
In 1904, Pablo Picasso moved to Paris, the cultural center of European art, to open his own studio. Art critics and historians typically break Picasso's adult career into 2 distinct periods, his blue period and his rose period. By 1905, Picasso had largely overcome the depression that had previously debilitated him. His most famous paintings from these years include The Family of Saltimbanque, Gertrude Stein, and 2 nudes. In 1907, Picasso produced a painting unlike anything he or anyone else had ever painted before. It is Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, a chilling depiction of 5 nude prostitutes abstracted and distorted, with sharp geometric figures and features. The outbreak of World War I ushered in the next great change in Picasso's art. Guernica, Picasso's most well-known surrealist painting, deemed one of the greatest paintings of all time, emerged from Picasso's outrage at the bombing and the inhumanity of war. Guernica remains one of the most moving and powerful anti-war paintings in history.
His life was huge. I mean, it was just absolutely huge. There's no way to cover him in 10 minutes or even an hour. I mean, what he was able to accomplish was extraordinary.
Inarguably one of the most celebrated and influential painters of the 20th century, Picasso continues to garner reverence for his technical mastery, his visionary creativity, and his profound empathy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready to start the auction off, and you have a very unique opportunity here to not only bid on one, but you're bidding on the pair of the very rare prints from Picasso's famous Las Meninas suite of paintings and prints. And we're going to talk all about that right now. I'm going to not really get into Picasso. We just showed you the little bio video about him, and I'm pretty sure most people out there are very familiar with Picasso. So I want to spend a little bit of time we have here focusing on why these are so important and why I'm looking for at least $4,000 each on the pair. So really $6,000 to $8,000 for the pair would be a very fair auction estimate. We're going to get nowhere near that, so rest assured. You guys, my regular viewers are out there going, yeah, you're not getting anywhere near that, Tony. So don't worry about that. I'm just telling you the reality at a brick and mortar auction house or anywhere else in the real world. So let's talk about why Las Meninas is so important and why Picasso dedicated almost a full year of his life, almost 12 months of his life, to the painting series and the print portfolio. So Las Meninas is a famous series of 58 original oil paintings created in 1957. The suite is a comprehensive reinterpretation of Diego Velázquez's 1656 masterpiece, Las Meninas, and is housed in its entirety at the Musée Picasso in Barcelona. Now that is a cool fact. This is the only painting series Picasso ever created, and he did a lot of them, But this is the only painting series that is housed all together in one museum. That is the only collection of Picasso works like that that are still housed together and will always be housed together. Why is that? Because when Picasso donated the 58 original paintings to his own museum, the Musée d'Orsay and Picasso, or Musée Picasso in Barcelona, he stipulated on the contract that they could never be broken up, that they always had to stay in his museum. They could be loaned out on exhibit, but they can never be broken up. Why is that? Because his best friend, Jaime Sabartez, was the one that in 1952 suggested Picasso create the series. Picasso didn't actually take it up and start it until 1957, but it was Jaime Sabartez that suggested it and pushed Picasso to do it. And then Jaime Sabartez unfortunately would pass away in 1968, and that was the year Picasso donated the 58 paintings to his museum under the stipulation that they had to stay housed. I've got a $200 opener, thank you for your bid, that they had to stay housed all in its entirety in the museum forever because he was dedicating them and donating them in the honor and memory of Jaime Sabartez. And it was his best friend from childhood, and he was very serious to Picasso. So it is the only place in the world, the Musée Picasso, that still houses an intact, complete portfolio of a painting series by Picasso. So that is very important. So Picasso spent almost his whole year of 1957 creating and reinterpreting the Diego Velázquez masterpiece, Las Meninas. And Picasso, when he went and embarked on this, he didn't just create a direct homage, he reinterpreted them in his own style. But make no mistake, that Diego Velázquez was one of Picasso's heroes, and pretty much, I would imagine, every young Spanish artist since the 1700s has looked up to Diego Velázquez. He's one of the greatest artists in the history of the world. But he was very special to Picasso. That's why Picasso spent. Now think about this. 1957 Picasso was one of the richest people on the planet. He was absolutely the richest artist on the planet. His paintings were selling. He was worldwide famous, one of the most famous people in the world. But he chose to dedicate a whole year, 1957, this is late in his career, to painting a painting series that he never intended on selling. So how much money did he give up? How many commission works did he give up? How much did he pass over to dedicate almost a full year of his life to painting these 58 paintings in memory of his, at the behest of his best friend Jaime Sabartez, and in memory and homage to the famous works by Diego Velázquez. That is unheard of for an artist like Picasso or anybody that kind of stature to spend a whole year of their life working on a series of paintings that were never going to be sold. He was never going to make a dime on these paintings. That was not the intention. That was not the purpose. So think about that. That's why this is so important. That's why I'm looking for $6,000 to $8,000 on the pair, and I've got $200. Now we've got $250. Thank you for the bid. All right. So when Picasso finished in 1957, when he finished the portfolio of paintings, all 58 paintings, just so you know, Diego Velázquez's series of paintings, there was only 45. Picasso added the extra 13 paintings, and he filled them in with portraits of Jacqueline, his kids, and some dove pieces. Was a big theme of Picasso's, the Dove of Peace. So he actually added to the series. So there's 45 reinterpretations of Diego Velázquez paintings, and then 13 standalone originals of Picasso in the series of 58. So not only did he spend almost his full year of 1957 working on the paintings, then he spent the first half of the year in 1958 commissioned, supervised, and handpicked and hand-selected the print portfolio you're looking at now. Think about this. Now you're talking about Picasso dedicating almost 2 full calendar years of his life to one project. Thankfully, he did the prints because this is the only way you can collect an artifact directly linked to Picasso from Las Meninas. You can never buy, I don't care how much money you have. You could be Elon Musk. You cannot buy any of the 58 original paintings. They're under contract to never leave the collection of the Musée Picasso unless they're on loan to another museum. And speaking of that, let's talk about this. I've got a $300 bid. Thank you for that. Let's talk about how many museums these 58 paintings have been exhibited at. Let's just run down this list real quick. In 1959, they were showcased and debuted for the public at Gallery Louise Larice in Paris. That was Picasso's official dealer. It was once called Gallery Simon, and it was run by Daniel Henry Kahnweiler, and then it was passed down to Louise Larice, which was his daughter-in-law, and that was Picasso's official dealer and official gallery. So the first time they were ever shown to the public, 1959, at the Gallery Louise Larice. In 1960, they were on exhibit at the Tate Gallery in London. In 1964, at the National Museum of Modern Art in Tokyo. In 1967, they were all exhibited for one full year from 1966 to 1967 at the Grand Palais in Paris. 1967, they were at Stendhal Museum in Amsterdam. Then in 1968, they were officially donated to the Musée Picasso Barcelona, where they will be forever. I've got a $400 bid. That's for the pair, guys. I'm looking for $6,000 to $8,000. If you can get this pair for $4,000, you're doing very well. Historically significant, first date, first printing, first edition, supervised, commissioned by Pablo Picasso, very near and dear to his heart. Once again, he spent 18 months of his life working on the original paintings and then commissioning and producing this print portfolio in 1958. They were also exhibited in 1980 at the Museum of Modern Art in New York City. Then they were at the Museum of Modern Art in Madrid in 1981. In 1988, they were at the Pushkin Museum in Moscow. In 2006, they were at the Prado in Madrid, the Museum of Modern Art in Spain. Then they were at the Grand Palais again in 2008. And in 2010, there was a retrospective for all 58 paintings held at the Tate Liverpool in London called Peace and Freedom, Pablo Picasso. Guys, you have a very unique opportunity here to collect a pair of prints from the first state, first edition, first printing, supervised, commissioned by, approved by, handpicked by Pablo Picasso. This is a near and dear project. It's one of the most important projects he ever created. And once again, they were never meant to be sold. That is an amazing thing to think about an artist like Picasso to dedicate 18 months of his life in the prime of his career, and I can't get over $450 for the pair. This is, guys, you might want to pick up the phone. I'm telling you right now, we're not even at the price. Show me a shot of both together, guys. I've got a $500 bid. Thank you for that. You couldn't get those frames for $500. Not a chance. Maybe $300 each. That would sound about right. So you got $600 in framing. You've got the Las Meninas suite by Pablo Picasso. Absolutely the very first time in history these were ever printed. The paintings weren't done until the end of the year 1957. These were published under the supervision of Picasso in 1958. It's unheard of for an artist to do that, guys, especially somebody like Picasso, to spend that much time and effort on a painting series and then to produce the prints for the rest of the public and for public consumption. The paintings were never going to be sold. So Picasso supervised and created this print portfolio so we could collect artifacts from the Las Meninas suite. This is historically important. This is a time and space in history. If you don't own a Picasso in your collection, you can pick up a pair from one of his most important series he ever created, Las Meninas. Guys, I highly, highly recommend these. And we are giving you one more minute to pick up the phone. I'm not even at $1,000. You're bidding on both. As the old country auctioneer would say, 2 for 1 money. 2 for 1 money. You're bidding on the pair. I can't emphasize that enough. I've got a $600 bid. Thank you for that. I got $600 looking for 7. It doesn't get any better than this when it comes to Pablo Picasso. It certainly doesn't get any better than this for under $30,000, for under $10,000. There's nothing left in the Picasso oeuvre that's under $4, $5, $6. There just doesn't exist anymore. He's the #1 most successful financial artist in the history of art. He still is #1. It's amazing, guys. Now, it does flip-flop a little bit depending on who had the most recent sales. But I'm telling you right now, I must be nobody watching at this moment. Because if my regular viewers were watching, you would be jumping all over this. I've got $650. I'm going to bid it out. Guys, I highly recommend it. I am shocked that I only have about 4 people on the phone bidding. I would think the phones would light up, but you're about to miss out. I've got 700 looking for 750. I've got 700 looking for 750. I can't emphasize it enough. I know I'm raising my voice a little bit. I'll calm down. Darren told me to calm down. He said, you're getting a little crazy. I got 750. Thank you for your bid. But when we're not barely over the prices of the frame on a historically significant series I just told you, 9 fantastic reasons to bid on these. I'm under $500 a piece. I'm not even at $400 a piece. I've got 750 looking for 8. Please do not be a late bidder. I know it's the first lot of the night. Maybe I should have put something else at the first lot of the night. Guys, this is way, way under bid. I've got 750 looking for 8. I've got 800. Thank you for your bid. Last call, fair warning. I got 800 looking for 850. I got 800 looking for 850. I got 800 looking for 850. I've got $800. This is the coup d'etat for the bidder, a disaster for the auction house. Wow. I congratulate you guys. I think last weekend I sold the pair that we had last weekend for like $1,500, and that was very low. This weekend I'm under $1,000 for the pair. Maybe I just didn't do a good enough job of conveying how important and how significant these are. But once again, congratulations to my winning bidder. I cannot drag my feet anymore. No late bidders. I don't feel sorry for you because at this price point, there's no reason to be a late bidder. I've got $800 going once, $800 going twice. Last call, fair warning. Are we all square? Looks like we are. Congratulations, winning bidder. You did phenomenally well. Sold.
Travel back in time to the birth of a movement. The late 19th century, an era of steam, industry, and innovation. The Victorian era, where elegance met machinery. Artists began dreaming of an alternate future, and steampunk emerged, captivating imaginations worldwide. A fusion of brass and fashion, steam and punk. Today, it's more than just an art form. It's a vibrant subculture. Steampunk, bridging the past and the future, one gear at a time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, but I'm still a little shocked at the pair of Las Meninas pieces from Pablo Picasso, under $1,000. I don't like to go backwards, and I don't like to think about the past, but I'm going to dwell on that one for a couple minutes, and it might affect me a little bit going forward, just to let you know. But we're going to move forward with a good friend of mine, a wonderful human being, a great young man, and a phenomenal rising star in the art world. And he was here live in studio, standing right on the stage last Sunday night. That was a great time for everybody. The bidders had a field day. We unveiled his new ceramic works, a bunch of new original pieces. It was a good time with Pedro Ortiz Munoz. And I still find it hysterical that I asked him, I said, "Are you enjoying the World Cup?" And he said, "I don't really like soccer." And I actually said on air, I said, "We found one of only 3 Colombians that doesn't like soccer in the whole country." And he was serious. He was like, "Yeah, I'm just not a soccer fan." And I can't imagine that's a very wide felt sentiment across the country of Colombia. They are soccer crazy in South America. But anyway, we had a great time with them. Sold the original monumental canvas last week for almost $10,000. sold some of his new ceramic works, the ceramic chargers. Those were really cool. I think I have another one this coming Sunday night if you're interested in that. But right now, I am presenting to you, let's go ahead and show the cert on the first one. This one is Pedro Ortiz Munoz. I've got a $300 bid. You are bidding on the pair. You're going to get an artist proof edition included with the original. Pedro Ortiz Munoz, Colombian artist, born in 1997. My oldest son was born in 1998, so that makes me feel old. That's why I call him a kid, because when you have a kid the same age, you tend to call them people. I'm sitting there now, I'm getting so old, I watch like sports and I'm calling the athletes, I call them kids because they are kids. It's kind of a weird point when you get to life and you're watching sports and you realize that you have to call them kids because you could be their father because you're that old. I'm getting old, Vern. So Pedro Ortiz Munoz, this one's called Blue Sentinel number 3. Now this one's really cool because usually he just does the plain black backgrounds, but he's been experimenting with these blue, pink, and rose-colored backgrounds. So this one is Blue Sentinel number 3. Original pen and ink drawing on wove paper, signed and dated by the artist lower right. A unique work, one of a kind, executed by Munoz in his studio in 2026, and you can stay right there. Or actually, go ahead, I'll pull it out. So now you can go back to the cert for the print. Pedro Ortiz Munoz, The Dream Airfish. Original screen print in black ink on wove paper. Hand signed by the artist in the lower right. Numbered on the verso. This is an EA edition, artist proof edition of only 15 in the world. You will be getting one of the artist proofs with it. Unfortunately, you will not be getting the number 1. So when you bid accordingly. I'm including one of the artist proofs between 2 and 15 with the original. I am going to reserve number 1 for an auction for a winning bidder. But rest assured, the winning bidder of that original will get a number between 2 and 15 of the wonderful original screen print. So if you tuned in last week, I'm sure you liked hearing Pedro talk. I mean, from 2 years ago, the first time he was on the show, until now, his English has gotten even better. And he kept apologizing for his English. And I kept telling him, I said, listen, I'm in awe of anybody that can speak 2 languages because my brain cannot handle it. I've tried to learn. Now with French, I can actually read French pretty well, decipher it, but I can't understand it if you're speaking it to me, and I can't speak it myself. It's just from being in the art world for so many years. I can actually decipher French pretty well, but anybody that speaks 2 languages, they do not. I hate when they apologize if their English is not good. Well, guess what? I don't speak very good English either, and I'm an American. we don't speak anywhere near proper English. So, once again, Pedro, you did great. We loved having you. I've got a $500 bid. Thank you for your bid. You are bidding on the original on the right side of your screen. That is Blue Sentinel number 3. And I am including one of the artist proofs of the, what was it called? The Airfish, or I just put the cert up. Sorry about that. I'm drawing a blank on what the title of the screen print was. The Dream Airfish. So you are getting one of the artist proof editions of Dream Airfish alongside the original, unique, one-of-a-kind work, Blue Sentinel number 3. And I love these colored backgrounds. It's just something a little different. Like I said, typically we all know him as like on the screen print, the black background. He is doing some experimenting with these colored backgrounds, and they are absolutely phenomenal. They are just wonderful new series that he's creating. So Pedro Ortiz Munoz is a Colombian contemporary artist known for his dynamic exploration of color, texture, and form. Born in 1997 in Bogota, Colombia, Munoz has quickly gained recognition for his innovative works that merge traditional Colombian influences with modern abstraction. A multidisciplinary artist, he navigates seamlessly between painting, sculpture, mixed media, creating pieces that reflect both his cultural heritage and his global perspective. Munoz's art is deeply inspired by the vibrant landscapes of Colombia, the intricate patterns of pre-Columbian art, and the energy of urban life in Bogota. He uses bold, expressive colors, layers of textures to invoke a sense of movement and emotion, drawing viewers into the dialogue about identity, memory, and transformation. He often incorporates found objects and unconventional materials into his works, blurring the boundaries between fine art and everyday life. Despite his young age, Ortiz Munoz has already achieved significant milestones in his career. His works have been showcased in prominent galleries and exhibitions in Colombia, as well as emerging art fairs across Latin America and Europe. In 2019, his solo exhibition called Roots and Fragments received critical acclaim for its exploration of cultural fragmentation and identity. Munoz's ability to capture the essence of Colombia's traditions while engaging with contemporary global issues makes him a standout voice in the Latin art scene. Guys, I'm at $600. Thank you for your bid. Once again, I'm giving you a chance to collect an original with an artist proof. This is a great achievement for any art collector out there to be able to get not only an original by an artist, but one of his very small editions. That's only an edition of 15 on the artist proofs for the actual original screen print. Guys, once again, I'm sitting nowhere near the framing cost. I hate talking about the framing cost, but guys, look at that presentation, especially on the original. That is an A+ presentation. That is a 4-inch molding. And I do love that they choose not to mat his works, that they always float mount his originals and his screen prints. I love that. I think that's apropos to the piece. But you got a 4-inch hand custom made frame with a 4-inch molding, a hand wrapped linen liner here on the inside of the frame. This is an $800 frame on the original, all day long in a retail framing environment. I've got an $800 bid. Once again, you are bidding on the pair. You're going to get the original plus one of the artist proof edition of the Dream Airfish. Let's take a good look at the print. Once again, you've got about a $300 frame. It might be a little higher than that because we do leave the back open so you can see the numbering where he numbers on the back. Hand signs on the front, numbers on the back. Hold that shot right there. I'm going to take a look at this original real quick. I didn't get a good chance to really get a good scan on this one, but this is, once again, I will tell you this. He is a master draftsman. He is up there. He's going to be on the level when it's all said and done. He's going to be on the level of a Dali and a Picasso. They were both master draftsmen. Henri Matisse was a master draftsman. But really, I think of Diego Rivera. When I think of Pedro Ortiz Munoz, I think of Salvador Dali because they were both very heavily reliant on draftsmanship. And he actually said it when he was on the air. He was studying to be an architect, but he actually, $850, thank you for your bid. What I really loved in that interview with him when he was here last week, when we were talking about his family, and he lit up when he got to say hi to his mom and his dad and his sister. They were all watching from Colombia. But how many times do family members, parents try to talk their kid out? They want to be a professional artist, and their family desperately tries to talk them out of it. He said, point blank, they never, ever tried to talk me out of it. They've never done anything but support him. And maybe that's why he is on the road to being one of the preeminent artists of our time. And guys, if you have a chance to collect him, like I said, I've seen this hundreds and hundreds of times in my 23 years of doing this show. Yes, I have been doing this show in one iteration or another since 2003, March of 2003, 23 years. And I've seen it hundreds of times, these artists that come and go because they get signed by a big gallery or a big chain or they get picked up and they get a big check and their careers take off. And all I can say is congratulations. Glad that I could be a small part in your success. And I wish them all the best. Go ahead and give me a 3-minute clock. I've got a $1,000 bid. That's for the pair, guys. For this pair, I'm looking for about, I would say $6,000 to $8,000. $6,000 to $8,000 for the pair, and I'm at $1,000. I need a $100 bid, but I've got $1,000 looking for 11. That's for the original on the right, the original screen print, which is on your screen at the moment that I'm speaking now. That is the Dream Airfish. Like I said, if you can't see the correlation between somebody like Salvador Dali and Pedro Ortiz Munoz, you haven't been studying your art, you dirty dog. You haven't been doing your homework. You're supposed to be studying this stuff so you can see the correlation. This young man is going to be on the level up there with people like Dolly just in draftsmanship alone. He's already mastered it. He's 1 year older than my son. He's like 28 years old. My son's going to be 28 this year. It just amazes me how mature, how advanced his think. When he was on here talking and interviewing, I was blown away by some of his concepts of art. Just the way, 11, thank you for your bit. Just his ability to speak about it and to articulate it. And like I said, he kept apologizing for his English. He speaks better English than most people I know. He speaks better English than I do. None of us speak proper English. And when somebody like him learns English, they're speaking it more properly than we speak it, let's put it that way. And once again, if you can speak 2 languages, I tip my hat to you because my brain cannot wrap around another language. I've tried. It's just not going to work out for Tony. Tony's brain just will not do it. I'm just being honest. I've tried. The only thing I can do, like I said a minute ago, I can read French. Just from seeing French words and decipher, I can decipher it. But if you're speaking French to me, no, I can't understand. I can't speak it back to you. But if you write it down, I might be able to decipher it. But once again, guys, we had such a great time with him last Sunday night. Hopefully it's not 2 more years between appearances like it was the first time to the second time. He is up and coming. He's already arrived. There is no speculation about his art at this point. This original works are already selling for $4,000 to $8,000. These prints are $1,800 to $2,200. And I'm giving you the pair, and I'm at $1,800 for the pair. I've got a $1,900 bid. Thank you for your bid. I'm still a little upset about the Picasso Las Meninas. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm still a little, I don't know. I'm a little perplexed. Yeah, I'm bedazzled, bewildered, befuddled, all those B words, because that was, I don't know. But once again, we're not going to go backwards. We're not going to dwell on the past. I've learned in life not to dwell on the past because nothing you can do about it. But once again, I've got another phenomenal deal for the bidder. Not so good for the auction house, but once again, hopefully we get him back here. It doesn't take us 2 years to get him back here again. And I still find it hysterical that we found one of only 3 people from Colombia that doesn't like soccer. That was still one of the best parts of that interview to me when he just looked at me and goes, I don't even like soccer. That's like, I didn't think there was a Colombian out there that didn't like soccer. But I have watched more soccer in the last 10 days of my life than I have in my whole entire life. I remember watching the '94 World Cup when it was in America, and they actually had games in Tampa where I'm from. And I remember watching that, and I just latched on to Italy, because I am half Italian. And Italy actually won that year. Weirdly enough, Italy didn't even qualify for the World Cup this year. I was shocked by that. The Italians didn't even qualify for the World Cup. That's pretty wild. So once again, let's go ahead and give it the last minute. You are bidding on the pair. You're getting the original hand-signed screen print in black. And that one again is titled, I keep getting this wrong, The Dream Airfish. And then you're getting the one on the right, which is the one-of-a-kind, unique, original painting titled Blue Sentinel No. 3. I've easily got about $1,000 in framing there. But once again, I don't like talking about the framing, but it is very relevant to what we are doing here. Retail framing, you would pay about $1,000 to frame those 2 pieces in a retail framing environment. And I'm not coming down hard on the framers. It's just the way of the world. It's where we find ourselves. Nothing is inexpensive. Except for this bid. This bid is actually, weirdly enough, this is actually a good deal. So do with that as you will. I congratulate my winning bidder again. We're off to an auspicious start on Friday night, but we will soldier on. Ray Taylor's in the house. I've got one more lot before he comes up on stage. And we have last call. I've got 2,000 looking for 21. I've got 2,000 looking for 21. I've got $2,000 going once. I've got 2,000 looking for 21. I got 2,000 going twice. I need a $100 bid to keep it active, keep it on the block. But once again, the old country auction thing comes out in me, and I want to say 2 for 1 money. You're bidding on the pair. I've been to a lot of country auctions and found a lot of treasures at country auctions. Don't ever put your nose up at a old barn country auction because you don't know what you're going to find in there. Some of the best stuff I've ever come across was in the middle of nowhere under a tent or in a barn or somewhere weird like that or an estate sale. But once again, 2 for 1 money, and it looks like I'm all fair at $2,000. I've got $2,000 going once. I've got $2,000 on the pair, the original and the screen print. I've got $2,000 going twice. I will say last call, fair warning. Kim's waving me off, so that means we are all fair. Congratulate your bidder, Mike. They did very, very well. Soul, congratulations. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we just auctioned off the original by Pedro Ortiz Munoz, and I made it very clear we were including one of the editions between 2 and 15 of the artist proof edition. So the winning bidder will get one of the 15 artist proofs between numbers 2 and 15. Now I'm going to give me a 3-minute clock, guys. I do not have a lot of time on this. Ray Taylor will get very mad at me if I go over that 9 o'clock hour. He'll start pacing back and forth and like nudging me. And so we are bidding on artist proof number 1. I told you I wanted to give somebody a chance to bid on artist proof number 1. And by golly, that's what I'm going to do. So you've got a 3-minute clock running. I cannot spend much more time than that on this. I have a major Dali that I want to present to you before Ray comes up here. And once again, I don't need Ray yelling at me, throwing stuff at me, slashing my tires on my car. If you want to hear a funny story, a couple months ago, all 4 of my tires got stolen off my car in front of the studio at night. So the other night, this is a couple months ago, the other night I come out, Ray comes back and he goes, somebody slashed your tires. This is after somebody stole my tires a couple months ago. Ray comes in and says, somebody slashed your tires, dude, you need to get out here. I run outside and he has a picture of the guitar player Slash from Guns N' Roses taped to my tires. And he's like, look, somebody slashed your tires. He thinks he's clever. He thinks he's funny. So 2 months after my car, all my 4 tires got stolen off my car out front of the studio at about 11 o'clock at night. Ray thinks it's funny to tell me somebody slashed your tires, and then I go out there and there's a picture of Slash from Guns N' Roses on my tire. That's the kind of guy Ray is. Now you know what kind of joker you're dealing with over here. You got to keep an eye on this guy because you got to watch this rascal over here. He thinks he's a comedian or something. All right, let's take this seriously, guys. I've got about a minute left on this. I only have a $200 bid. They are bidding, you are bidding, whoever you are, the royal we, I don't know. Do you have a mouse in your pocket? Is that what, that's what my dad used to say to me. I said, where are we going? He said, what, you got a mouse in your pocket or something? I've got $250. Now, once again, guys, I want to make this very clear. You are bidding on artist proof number 1. But I need you guys out there to help me out. I cannot spend a lot of time on this. I need your help. I can't do multiple clocks, and I'm only at $250 for artist proof number 1. I've got $300 with Karen. Thank you for your bid. There's only one number 1, guys. Well, there's 2 number 1s on this stage right now, me and the Ortiz Munoz print. So there can't be 2 number 1s. If I stand next to it, I'm number 1. That's number 1A there. I'm in some kind of mood tonight, ain't I? I don't even know. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a $300 bid on artist proof number 1. Once again, the grand finale, the grand poobah for any art collector is being able to collect number 1 of any edition by any artist, even if it's the number 1 of the regular edition by the artist. That is a coup d'etat for the bidder. I've got $350. Thank you for your bid. I got $350 looking for $375. Once again, this is for number 1. And you guys aren't doing your job. You're not helping me out. You're not on the phone. You're not bidding. I got $375 with Karen's bidder. I got $375 looking for 4. I'm very, 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 very disappointed at this point. I'm not going to let it affect me for the rest of the night. I'm not going to go home. I'm not going to take my ball and go home, Darren. I'm going to soldier on. But they just don't seem to be responding to me tonight. I thought I was spot on these presentations. I thought I'm spinning gold up here, and you guys are throwing back copper at me or something. I don't even know. All right, I'm gonna give you one more minute, but we will bid this out. I've got $375 looking for a $25 bid. Artist proof number 1 of the Dream Airfish from Pedro Ortiz Munoz. There can only be one number 1, and right now my high bid is only $375. I've got $375 looking for 4. I've got $375 looking for 4. I've got $375 looking for a $400 bid. Boy, I hope this is not a sign of what the whole night's gonna be like, because it's gonna be a long night if nobody's gonna participate, right? Did everybody leave for the 4th of July already? Everybody checking out on me? Now, 4th of July weekend is classically probably our worst weekend of the month, or the year. But man, it's only a week before that, guys. Come on, help me out. I got $375 looking for 4. I will sell it. Karen's bidder's telling me, I can hear him screaming at me, just go ahead and sell it, stop playing games. I've got $375 looking for 4. I've got $375 going once on artist proof number 1. I've got $375 going twice on artist proof number 1. Did I mention it was artist proof number 1? Well, you know what? You're too late. Sold. Karen, congratulations. You did very well on that.
Salvador Dali is among the most versatile and prolific artists of the 20th century, and of course, the most famous surrealist. Though chiefly remembered for his painterly output over the course of his long career, he successfully turned to sculpture, printmaking, fashion, advertising, writing, and perhaps most famously, filmmaking.
If you go to the Dali Museum in Spain, you'll see a painting called Leda Atomica. There's no brushstrokes. It looks ethereal, doesn't even look real. He would paint with one eyelash, and he would build his own brushes.
Dali was renowned for his flamboyant personality and the role of a mysterious provocateur as much as he was for his undeniable technical virtuosity. In 1926, Dali took a life-changing trip to Paris. He visited Pablo Picasso in his studio and found great inspiration in what the Cubist was doing. He began studying the psychoanalytical concepts of Freud, and consequently began using psychoanalytic methods of mining the subconscious to generate imagery. His first serious work of this style was Apparatus in Hand of 1927.
Dali was known for having an extraordinary ego. He truly believed he was destined to be the greatest artist who ever lived.
In 1929, Dali met the French surrealist poet Paul Eluard and his wife Gala. Soon after this original meeting, Dali moved to Paris and was invited by André Breton to join the Surrealists for the next several years.
He also collapsed in this kind of sadness and melancholy of the other kind of modern school.
I see. So that really you feel that surrealism, having started when you were with it as very gay, has now sunk into melancholy and despair, and that you alone remain as a true representative of it.
Absolutely.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, my last lot of the night, and Ray's already over there staring at me, tapping his watch, giving me that cross-eyed look. He's like, you only got 12 minutes. You got to present this, get everybody's bids in 12 minutes, or you're in trouble, buddy. And you know what? I take him seriously when he looks like that. So we're gonna present this very important Salvador Dali from one of the most. Now listen to what I'm about to say. One of the most important print portfolios ever created in the history of mankind. Absolutely top 10, historically speaking, of the most important print portfolios of all time. And no, that's not me just saying that because I'm presenting one and I want you to bid on it. I think that's pretty common across the board with every art historian and art critic and anybody that studied art would absolutely put Dali's Divine Comedy in the top 10 most important print portfolios of all time. I will put it up there. You know what? Dali holds 2 of the top 10. I would say the Biblia Sacra and the Divine Comedy are both in the top 10. I put it up there with John James Audubon's Birds of America, the 1936 Havel edition, the original double folio elephant edition, John James Audubon. I will put it up there with the Picasso 347 series. I will put it up there with John Boydell's Shakespeare Gallery engravings. Those are masterpieces. but I will put this absolutely in the top 10 of the most important print portfolios ever created by human hands. And this one is titled Dante Purified. Let's go ahead and show this. Sir, remember guys, get on the phone now because I got about 10 minutes and I'm going to drop the hammer at 9 o'clock because I don't want Ray, coming over here and kicking me in the shin or something. I've got Salvador Dali, Spanish artist, 1904 to 1989. Dante Purified, it's in the Albert Field, as well as the Mitchell Lopsinger catalog. Original woodcut engraving and colors, printed on BFK Reeves or Rives. I don't care how you pronounce it. Reeves, Rives, doesn't matter. Paper, first edition, 1960 to 1964. Published by Editions des Arts Les Hugues Clairs, Paris, France. And guys, once again, one of the most important print portfolios ever created. Let's go back to the art. So, Salvador Dali spent an extremely long amount of time on this project. I believe it started in 1950 when he was commissioned by the Italian government to create a series of paintings based on Dante Alighieri's and one of the most famous literary works, poems, or whatever you want to classify it as. The Divine Comedy is absolutely one of the most important literary poems, however you want to say it, works of all time. So, what happened? 1950, he starts working on the original watercolors and gouache paintings. Well, this got out to the Italian public. And boy, those Italians, they get a little riled up. They didn't understand why the Italian government was paying a Spanish artist to recreate and represent and illustrate the Italian literary masterpiece by Dante Alighieri. And as Italians are known to do, they got themselves riled up and hit the streets and protested, and the Italian government rescinded the commission. Dali was already heavily invested, so he continued on, and he would find a publisher and continue the project on, and thankfully he did that. He didn't abandon the project because we would not have this masterpiece of printmaking history if he would have abandoned that. After that big hurdle of the Italian government rescinding the commission, Dali soldiered on, and I've got 275. Let me explain something to you. I know you guys see us sell these at $400, $600, $700 all the time. That is not the reality of the prices on these. Minimum, you should be at about $2,400. 20 years ago, we would average $2,500 to $4,000 on images from this series. That was it. It was never under $2,400. Now we're getting $500, $600. Guys, guaranteed authentic, guaranteed by Dali from the Divine Comedy. I know there's a lot of secondary editions, reproductions out there. And you gotta, when you're collecting art, a big thing about it is being comfortable where you're collecting your art. We can't make you any more comfortable. Lifetime guarantee. Everything, authorship is guaranteed. Everything as is, where is, as described, or you don't own it. That is very unique in the art world. And especially in the art auction business. There's no such thing. You cannot auction houses do not have return policies, guys. And if you really read the bidder card, when you sign the bidder card, you read the terms and conditions of an auction, read that. Some of the greatest disclaimers I've ever read were on the back of a bidder card at an auction. We guarantee nothing. We don't guarantee. We're not even.
It's your fault.
It's your fault if you make the mistake. What do you got here, Ray?
Well, let's go to my computer because when Salvador Dali and he toured the Hotel Las Invalides, which is the military hospital, the first VA, founded by Napoleon, and he was quite impressed to see that the windows of the knights' armors had holes in them. And it was something he'd never seen before. And so he incorporated it into his art. And you'll see that it lasted for the next, well, literally 50 years. It became an element of Dalinian continuity. And that is, right behind that is Napoleon's tomb.
And it's apropos to the piece. Let's go back to the artwork. And here he goes. Dali incorporated just what Ray was talking about. Obvious incorporation from what Ray just showed you. For the windows, what was that from? Napoleon's tomb or the knights? What'd you
Napoleon's
call it?
tomb.
Napoleon's tomb. So the knights watching over Napoleon's tomb, that's where Dali got his inspiration for this image. Guys, I'm at 275. I got 300, thank you for your bid. I'm just gonna leave it there. I shouldn't even have to say anything, and this should shoot past $2,000. Take advantage of this unique format of art auctioning and being able to acquire art at no minimum bid, no reserve. Guys, this is unheard of. What we do is unheard of. My starting bid, you should open the bidding on these at least 12 to 1,500, and the reserve probably should be around 2,000. Guess what, guys? Yes, this isn't a larger edition, but when you spend 14 years on a project, you're not just gonna make 200 of them. That doesn't even make sense. He spent 14 years of his life in one way or another working on this project. Now, he did other things in that time, don't get me wrong. But once again, this ate up a good chunk of the middle of his career in his prime. This goes back to the Las Meninas with Picasso, spending almost 2 years on that project between the paintings and prints. Salvador Dali, at this time in 1960s, he was not a starving artist. He was like up there with Picasso. He was one of the most famous people on the planet. Artists, I don't know if we lost our way a little bit or because of the invention of modern cameras and everybody's got a camera on their phone. Artists used to be really held more in a high regard than they are, I think, today. They were more important, especially a couple hundred years ago, because that was the only way we were going to know what their time looked like. There was not everybody had a camera phone and was taking 8,000 pictures a day of everything they walked by, their food, their whatever. So once again, artists have a very unique job and place in history. Now, I know that's gotten a little muddled in modern day, but make no mistake, you are collecting an authentic document from Salvador Dali, from one of the most important print portfolios ever created. And he picked woodcut engraving, which is not an easy thing to do. This is time-consuming, labor-consuming. I mean, he could have went an easier route with a different type of medium for his printmaking. He chose woodcut engraving. 14 years in the making. 4,000 blocks of wood. It took artisans, it took studios, it took assistants. It was a major undertaking. I think I read an article years ago and it said, if you tried to do this in modern day, what Dali did back in the 50s and 60s with this project, the project would cost you $22 million to produce because of labor, time, if you did it exactly like he did. And I don't think you could find enough trained artists in this modern day to do these. That is, unfortunately, classic printmaking is becoming a lost art. Nobody does etchings anymore. Nobody does stone lithography. Nobody does woodcut engravings like this anymore because time and labor, it's just gotten out of control. You can't pay somebody a nickel every day like they used to back in the day. It just doesn't work anymore. So it's actually kind of sad that we are losing classic printmaking. Now, there's nothing wrong with giclées. I love giclées, have their place. And once again, if Dali or Picasso was alive today, would they be making giclées? Absolutely. Would they use computers? Absolutely. Would they use a camera? Absolutely. They were men of their times. That's what an artist does. They represent their time. But guys, these are becoming, every year that goes by, there's less of these. And once again, I want to point out one last thing before I give you the last minute. Condition. As the years pass, less and less of these are out there in mint, flawless condition, like the one you're bidding on. This is one of the top 10 images of the portfolio from one of the top 10 most important print portfolios of all time. And once again, I'm stuck at pennies on the dollar. Just give it the last minute. Ray's tapping that watch again. He pulled out his pocket watch. He's swinging it around at me. He's trying to get my attention. You got 1 minute to get your bids in, guys. Anything under $2,000 is a major home run. Imagine how well you're doing at $375. Sometimes I feel like I'm running backwards on a treadmill up here. I don't know what to say. But I will say congratulations to the winning bidder in about, 30 seconds? All right, I've got $375 looking for $4. Once again, you are collecting an authentic historically important, significant document by Salvador Dali from one of the most important print portfolios of all time by one of the most important artists of all time. And not only that, you're getting a top 10 image from the portfolio. There's 101 prints in the complete portfolio. I've got a bunch of calls coming in, but I've got 375 and I have to move on. I've got 375 looking for 4. I've got 375 going once. I've got a ton of calls coming in now. Wow, you're waking up. I got 375 looking for 4. I've got 375 looking for 4. I've got 375 going once. I've got 375 looking for 4. I got 375 looking for 4. I've got $375 going once. I hope everybody's having a phenomenal Friday evening. I hope that, everybody's 400. Thank you for your bid. I got 4 looking for a quarter. Hope everybody's got their big bitter pants on tonight because we have some phenomenal works of art for you tonight. And we will drop the hammer on this in just about 10 seconds until everybody gets their bid in. I've got 4 1/4 looking for 450. I got 4 1/4 looking for 450. I've got 4 1/4. Boy, 20 years ago, we used to average $2,500. Up to $4,200 for the Angel with Drawers. The very first show Ray and I ever did together, 20 plus years ago, we sold the Angel with the Drawers, the Fallen Angel, the most desirable image from this portfolio, for $4,200. A couple weeks ago, we had that same image on, and I think we sold it for $1,400. We're going backwards. I'm running backwards on a treadmill with molasses on my feet. I've got 475 looking for 5. I got 475 going once. I'm sorry, Ray, I ran over a little time here. I'm sorry. I've got 475 looking for 5. I got 475 looking for 5. I've got 475 going once. I've got 475 going twice. It's been fun hanging out with you for the last hour. I'm going to hand it over to the host with the most, Ray Taylor. Congratulations, guys. I'll talk to you Sunday night. Sold.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ray Taylor, and welcome to the Fine Art Auction. And we have an amazing show, an absolutely amazing show. And I know this one is rare, the Albrecht Dürer. We're going to be talking about that a lot in a moment, but keep your eyes on the Vincent van Gogh. I've never seen one. I've seen 4 different versions of the Van Gogh, the sower of seeds, a man planting a field. I've never seen this version because the original painting, I'm going to say, is by Zurich in Switzerland. We're going to get to that in a moment, but I'm looking right over there and wow, you know what? We're lucky. We're lucky to be able to have great works of art like this and bring it right to your house. Let's get started on the frame now. That is going to be 23 by 24. And let's give it a close-up on that because I want you to really look at it. It is from the Passion of the Christ. It is what's called the Small Passion. Now, if you go back to the 1500s, you'll find that most works of art are quite small. Why? They were used to illustrate and tell an illiterate public the stories of the Bible. They were meant to be carried in a Bible, in the pages between the stories of the Bible. And of course, this is the Via Dolorosa, the Way of Sorrows, the Stations of the Cross. I've always wanted to go to Jerusalem and walk that path. But this is Christ's descent into hell. And it is the triumph of good over evil. And you know me, I'm kind of superstition. I won't have a picture of the devil or hell in my house, but I would have this. because it is the triumph of good over evil. It is the triumph of good over evil. Another very, very important thing on this is that we see the cross, and many people consider this the correct cross. And there's another interesting facet about that, the shape of it. But right here in the upper left, I'll get a magnifying glass. I know it's very fine detail. A lot of people, when you have art, please study it. Way in the upper left, we see the titulus. That is the sign that says INRI. Iesus of Nazareth, Rex, King of Judea. It is Jesus of Nazareth, the King of the Jews. Many times that is missing. Now, also, I want you to look at every quality, every bit of every line, every stroke on this is absolutely phenomenal. But the background story on this is even more profound. Let's go to the certificate. Christ, the harrowing in hell. The woodcut. Now, this is a woodcut print. It's not a woodblock print. A woodblock print is hand rubbed. And a woodcut is sent through a roller in a printing press. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Now, we all know about Japanese woodcut prints. You get a block of wood, you carve it. You have mesas and plateaus. Mesas, plateaus, and they have valleys. Well, you get a roller and you ink the top of the wood. Put a piece of paper on it. If you hand rub it with a thing that really looks like a hockey puck, that's a Japanese woodblock prints technique. If you lay the paper on the wet ink, on the wood, and put it through the roller of a printing press, that's a woodcut engraving. So same but difference, potato, but I like to know. But here's the value. It's an original watercolor. It's on a hand-laid paper. The watercoloring was done by Virgil Solis, and who was a friend of Albrecht Dürer. And wait till I get to, I'm going to tell you about him in a moment. But after the design of Dürer, it has been monogrammed on the block by Virgil Solis out of respect for Albrecht Dürer because he hand-colored it. Printed in 1550, a German text on the back, and this goes back to the Nuremberg Chronicle. Now, if you want to read something absolutely phenomenally mind-blowing, and I mean absolutely, how can it even be? Just something that'll expand your horizons into something that, sure, you've heard about it in movies, but to read the eyewitness accounts of mankind, it's amazing. It's amazing we're where we at today. It truly is. The Nuremberg Chronicles, now I'm going to have to start at the beginning. You're going to have to bear with me. The Nuremberg Chronicles were actually published by a gentleman by the name of Anton Koberger. Now this is where it gets phenomenal. And hold on a moment. It's coming up. Here we have it right here. Now go to my computer. Do you see how the same prints are in color? But those are very crude. I want to show you that this is from Anton Koberger's Bible. You can see it's very crudely cut. It simply lacks the finesse and the understanding of single point perspective. When we go to the Nuremberg Chronicle, there it is right there, the story of man. And it is unedited. You have to be strong like bull to be able to read this and digest it. And my goodness, this is not light reading. This is the story, the real story of mankind. But then you can see, again, this is medieval in quality. There's no sense of real perspective. There's overlapping, but things seem to float in space. This page right here, read the translation. It is mind-boggling. So we see there is a big difference. But here it is right here. And I'm going to enlarge it. Anton Koberger published this. He was not only a goldsmith, he was the printer and the publisher who printed and published the Nuremberg Chronicle. The Nuremberg Chronicle is it is the single most phenomenal thing I've ever read. And I haven't read all of it. But here it is right here. In 1470, he established the first printing house in Nuremberg. Are you ready for the big one? Koberger was the godfather of Albrecht Dürer. He was also the man who hired Virgil Solis. He was also the man who printed the art of Albrecht Dürer. No, this is not $600. This is not $6,000. I'm looking for $16,000. This is once in a lifetime, a hand-cut and hand-colored woodblock print, woodcut engraving. You can read the whole story. It's a little bit too long for me, but my goodness. He would become the first of his family to become a printer. He quickly became the most successful publisher in Germany. Let's go back to the art. Oh, I'm sorry. No. Go back to me. I'm sorry. He had 24 printing presses, employing 100 workers. He had typesetters, printers, illuminators, watercolorists. He had 25 children, and there it is. He probably commissioned the Haller Madonna from Albrecht Dürer. This is, it all ties in. Let's go back. Yeah, here it is right here. My goodness. Now look at the condition on that. I will click on it. This is normal. This is normal condition. Go back to the art. Ours is impeccable. Ours is flawless, and it has the correct engraving monogram in the bottom right. Guys, you'll never see this at 1,000. You'll never see this at 2,000. This is, as you know, the story of Christ. And like I said, the Via Dolorosa, the Way of Sorrows. Albrecht Dürer was a German painter, a printmaker, and I think most importantly, a theorist of the German Renaissance. He was born in May of 1471. He passed away in April of 1528. Dürer established his reputation and influence across Europe in his 20s due to his high-quality woodcut prints and later his copperplate engravings. And he was in contact with the major Italian artists of his time. And that would include Raphael, Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Giovanni Bellini. I guess the turning point in his life is that in the year 1512, he found a new patron, the Emperor Maximilian I. He was a great, hardworking artist. He has a vast body of work that does include, of course, engravings, but altarpieces and portraits, self-portraits, watercolors, and books. I think the woodcuts are more stylistically more Gothic than the rest of his works, but he changed art history. He revolutionized the potential of that medium. If you look at all the woodcuts, all of the printed woodcuts of the medieval era, they're quite crude compared to him. One of the things that sets him apart was his extraordinary handling of the engraver's tools, the burin. He expanded the tonal range of engravings, and some of his best masterpieces, his master prints, Night, Death, and the Devil, St. Jerome in his Study, and Melancholia. I did see that one. I saw an original of that once. And I think he is the greatest watercolorist of all time. His watercolor of a rabbit, his watercolor of a bird's wing shouldn't exist. They are unbelievably good. I think they're the best in the world. But one other thing about his watercolors, they mark him as one of the first European landscape artists. You see, before that, art really focused on the noble and the grand and the stories of the Bible and the stories of the ancient Greeks and Romans and heroism and nobility and sacrifice. Not too many works were just a pure landscape. What he did was to introduce the classical motifs and the nude into Northern art, and that was through his knowledge of the Italian artists. These advancements have secured his reputation as one of the most important figures of the Northern Renaissance. And this is all reinforced by his papers, his theoretical treatises, his groundbreaking studies of mathematics for linear perspective and body proportions. I do want to talk about the Renaissance. What does Renaissance, what does it actually mean? It means rebirth. Why? Well, we know in history that about every 500 years we have a horrible pandemic. We just endured a 4-year pandemic called COVID-19. 100 years ago, 1918, it was called the Spanish flu. They're not so sure it was a flu, but it doesn't matter. About every 100 years, well, 500 years ago, they had the bubonic plague. You can call it the Black Death. There's so many names for it. But it wiped out about 1/3 of Europe's population and was spread by fleas on rats. People moved out to the country and lived. No rats. Now you can go a day without eating, you can go 2 days, 3 days. On the 4th day, you'll steal. So castles were overthrown. And when the castles were emptied and the paintings were burned and looted and treasures destroyed, it led to international war. And finally, after 10 years, the plague abated, and the farmers went back to the field. The markets began to fill up with fruit and vegetables. People began to thrive, and the artists looked around, and there has always been artists. And they said, now what do we do? And they said, let's go back to the beginning. Let's go back to the Greeks and the Italians, the classic of the ancients, a new classical art. But it was Albrecht Dürer that elevated it, that transcended it. And that is why his works are so very, very, very important in history. If we could go to my computer about Virgil's Solus, and there we have it here. I do want to let you know that he had a very short life. He only lived to 1562, maybe 47, 48 years. This watercolor by him. Now, he's very famous for Ovid's Metamorphosis. There is no mention of the fact that he hand-colored the engravings of Albrecht Dürer in this. And I can print it out for you, because these are all from Ovid's Metamorphosis, Book 5, and that ends it. I'm offering you something beyond rare, beyond rare, beyond rare. Now, there's a book, but I think it's only in German, the Eduard von Ubisch book, the description of his life and work, that was published in 1889. I don't think there's an English. If you know of it, let me know. I'd love to read it. But getting back to the point, the harrowing of hell is the triumph of good over evil. There are movies about this, but I do want to talk to you about a key point of this. It is the period of time between the crucifixion and his resurrection. And here it is right here. This is why I love this piece so much, and why I would have it in my home. In triumphant descent, Christ brought salvation to the souls held captive there since the beginning of the world, and then he overcame it. It's phenomenal. If you do want to read about it, read the book of Peter, chapter 4, start with verse 6. And there's so much more to it. This is and if you're Jewish, you know this word too. The Old Testament view of the afterlife was that all people, when they died, whether righteous or unrighteous, went to Sheol. And that's where we get the word hell. And you can read all about it. It's so easy to read. And some of the paintings that of the Andrea Mantegna, this is phenomenal. Phenomenal, phenomenal. And that was done after this. I think it may have inspired this. And throughout history, even going back to ancient times. There, that's from the Large Passion by Albrecht Dürer. We're offering you something truly valuable. Hieronymus Bosch. Wow, I can't beat that. Let's go back to the art. You take off that. This is something you'll see once in your life. I know of no museum that has it. If you know of a museum that has it, I researched the piece. I actually enjoy it. That's my hobby. I truly, really, really enjoy doing this. And I do want to let you know that the framing on this is probably closer to 550 or 600. It's very thick, very, very good quality, real wood. All right, here we go. And someone's about to hit a home run. That belongs in a museum. I do not know of a museum that has it. All right, and here we go. I've got 9.5 now. It's going to be 1,000. I got 9.5 now going once. I got 9.5 now, going twice.
Last minute, I got 1,000.
Yeah, I think, and this will be a record low. What Tony said about 15 minutes earlier is that before the pandemic, we'd be above 3,000 right now. We'd easily be above 3,000 right now. And probably taking it from there. And again, I'm not kidding. This will realistically, probably, I can't imagine you ever finding one, be the only time you'll ever see it, unless you are the winning bidder. All right, and here we go. 25 seconds left. Oh, and that one image that had the whale in Matthew chapter 12, verse 40. For just as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the sea monster, so for 3 days and 3 nights the Son of Man will be in the heart of the earth. That is why that one old work of art well, I'll show it to you again. Here it is right here. Go to my computer, done literally 100 years later, The Descent into Hell with the Hellmouth by Michael Burgers in 1647, maybe 1648. And you can see the allusion there to the book of Matthew, like Jonah and the whale. Similar, not exact. But that was done 100 years later. So I want you to look at that, go back to the art, now compare the sophistication. Which one? Oh, that is profound. This is once in a lifetime. That is profound. All right, and here we go. I've got 11 now, it's going to be a 12. I've got 11 now, it's going to be a 12. Oh, way under the money, way under the money, way under the money now. I've got 11 now, going once. And no, we've never had it before, and no, we're never going to get it again. I can't run back to Paris and go to the estate of Orban Huchet and go to the final last of 3 warehouses and pick. And again, I'm going to say it again. Condition and rarity, condition and rarity, condition. The condition on this is absolutely beautiful. All right, and here we go. All right, and here we go. Going once, going twice. Sold. For many, many years, I was aware of this work of art, but I could never find it. Vincent van Gogh did at least 4, maybe 5 images of the sower of seeds. It's a parable from the Bible. Ye shall reap as ye shall sow. My mother was a Sunday school teacher, and she taught that to me when I was a little kid. You know, everything has a price. You will reap what you sow. And that phrase was the major motivation for me to work my way through college. I'm very proud to say, college took me 14 years. I never gave up. I always worked. Delivery driver, construction work. I did trim boards in apartment complex, putting on job sites. With Paul Meza, we installed washing machines and dryers, and anyhow, I never gave up, and I got my degree. I'm very proud. It took 14 years, but I'm not a quitter. But you shall reap what you shall sow. And that's what this is. Now, the one that ended up going to Switzerland, we're going to be talking about it. It's at the Winterthur Museum in Kunsthaus. And I couldn't find it. It was driving me nuts. Turns out they have a separate villa called the House of Flowers, the Villa Flora, and it's in the Villa Flora. I didn't think to look in their database. I found it. There are examples in great museums around the world. I'll be happy to show them to you. It all began with one of my favorite paintings of my entire life that I've never seen, The Sower by Jean-Francois Millet. Millet had a profound influence on all the Impressionists and artists for generations, including Salvador Dali and Picasso. Jean-Francois Millet changed history. And here it is right here. The condition on this, to me, is mind-boggling. Let's. The Barbizon School of Artists were the most important artists. Yeah, they changed well, they were a reflection of the invention of the camera and everything. 20 by 18, 20 by, you know, it's funny. Last night I was reading an article that said the camera is probably the most important yet underrated invention of the last 1,000 years. And I would have to agree. Let's go to the certificate. The Sower. Now I'm about to show you a video where the Pope gave a whole dissertation 9.5 months ago at the Vatican, and the AI, when they do the translation, it's spelled sewer, but it's not sewer, it's the sower. You'll see the AI translation. They made a boo-boo. Copper plate engraving printed in a black ink on wallpaper after the original. Where is the original? Near Zurich. You have to fly into the airport of Zurich and then head northeast to go to Winterthur. It's a tur with the, looks like thur, but it's tur, though silly sweeteth. Anyhow, 1920, it's 106 years old. Published by Johanna van Gogh Bonger, Van Gogh's sister-in-law. It's got impeccable provenance on it. Like I said, to understand it, and anybody can do this, and it's quite phenomenal that we live in an age of such. I really remember going to the library and looking through the Dewey Decimal System with index cards to find a book. Hey, kids these days, hey, nothing. Let's go to my computer. And there it is on Wikipedia. It is by Jean-Francois Millet. That's not a good picture of him. And you know, it's so funny, it's terrible. I was going to visit a very sick friend of mine named David Wright. We flew into Boston. We drove past the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston. We simply did not have time to go in, and we drove right past that. Someday. But here it is right here. And it's a peasant. It's winter. The sun, there's a very cold sun in the upper right. It's dawn. He's got typical peasant clothes, but look at his legs. They're packed with straw. That's when you know you're poor, when you can't afford boots. They're shoes, but they're wrapped in leather, and then they're packed with straw. And he's covering land. He's walking with long steps. He's sowing the seeds. Now, you can barely see it, but in the upper left are crows. And they're going to scavenge some of his seeds. And what you can barely see at about 3 o'clock is a man, and the proper term is harrowing, just like the last work. He's harrowing the ground. He's prepping the earth in the middle of winter. It's not idealized. It's not pretty, but it's strength, and it's hard work. It's the first major painting that Jean-Francois Millet made in the Barbizon. And there's one that's nearly identical, but it's in Yamanashi in Kofu in Japan. This was exhibited at the Paris Salon in 1850, and art historian Anthea Callan said, Millet has intentionally transformed this human laborer into a sinewy giant of a man by elongating his proportions, reinforced by the sower's dominance of the pictorial space and our low viewpoint. I think it's one of the most important works of all. I've always wanted to see it. It's one of the most important works of art in history. Let's go back to the art. Now, I'll put this in context, and it really is important. There's a website I recommend. Let's go to my computer. Art Explained Simply. Now, September of 2025, about 9.5 months ago, the Pope, I'll just let it, now I can only play about a minute of this. It's 13 minutes, but if you want to find it, I will forward you this in an email. And I think it literally is profound.
When the Pope chooses to speak about a painting in his first major address to the world, world, you know that artwork carries profound meaning. Just this week, Pope Leo made headlines by centering his message around Van Gogh's Sower at Sunset, telling millions of followers that behind the sower, Van Gogh painted the grain already ripe, a detail most viewers miss completely. But why would the head of the Catholic Church choose this particular painting by an artist who struggled with faith, mental illness, and crushing poverty? I'm Oleg G. from Art Explained, Simply and Quickly, and today we're uncovering the spiritual and artistic genius of Van Gogh's Sower at Sunset, a painting that captures not just a moment in rural France, but the eternal cycle of hope, faith, and redemption. Created in 1888 during Van Gogh's transformative time in Arles, this isn't just another rural...
Okay, I'm at the 1 minute point. It's a profound dissertation. Go back to the art. Now, again, this is from a series. This is from a series of paintings. There are at least 5 that I know. And now what makes Van Gogh's paintings so important is that they were painted from memory, not direct observation. They're memories of parables of the Bible. You have to remember, after his first severe bout of depression, he turned to religion. They didn't have medicine back then. They didn't have, it was before the time, well, right at the time of, no, it was before the time of Sigmund Freud. The sower, this man represents faith in action. Someone who plants seeds without knowing if they'll grow, trusting in forces much greater than themselves. This technique, even the way it's painted, is revolutionary. These thick, very heavy directional brushstrokes aren't just the texture of the field; they're energy. They're furrows. This was painted just 3 months before his mental breakdown in December of 1888, where he infamously cut off part of his ear. But in this, we don't see madness. We see transcendence. It's a scene that's biblically inspired, the Gospel of Matthew. Jesus tells the sower whose seeds fall. When your seeds fall on different type of ground, if your seeds fall on a hard path, birds eat them. Some fall on rocky ground; they can't take root. Some fall among the thorns that choke them. Some finally find good soil where they flourish. This story is about spiritual truth, about faith taking root in prepared hearts. And Van Gogh understood this. He taught it. He was a minister for 7 years in the Borinage, the poorest of the poor, the coal miners of Netherlands, of Belgium. And he lived among the poor. And eventually they kicked him out because he lived in, never mind, that's a whole story. This painting is true autobiographical. And it is absolutely profound. So I do go to my computer. I do like to share with everybody how I find things. There's a website called VG Paintings, Vincent van Gogh. If we look at Arles in February of 1888, I knew it was painted in Arles. So we look at the next painting. That one's in Saint-Rémy, and it's now in the Niarchos collection in Greece. You'll never see it. This one is taken, of course, directly from the Millet painting. That one's at the Kroller-Müller Museum in Amsterdam. This is a sketch. I believe it was bombed and lost in the fire bombings of Dresden in World War II. They don't know where it is. I think it was lost in the fire bombings of Dresden. This one's at the Kroller-Müller Museum. This one's at the Van Gogh Museum in Amsterdam. This one is in the F.G. Burley Foundation, which is on loan to the Kunsthaus. Kunst means art. The art house of Zurich. But then finally, the last one. And I knew it was at the Winterthur Museum, which is about an hour drive northeast of Zurich Airport, and I couldn't find it. And then I made it a thing because I'm a nut. And then I found the museum's website, and they have a second museum called the Villa Flora, the House of Flowers. The Villa Flora, built in 1846. in the Art Nouveau style. So then I clicked on collection, couldn't find it. I went to the digital guide, couldn't find it. You can't use the digital guide. You have to use it in the Swiss, you can't use it in English. It won't work. So I switched it, and I kept going, and I kept going, and I kept going, and I found it. And there it is. And there it is. There's the original painting. Oh, no. There's no $375 here. I'm looking for $12,000. This is one in a lifetime. This is one in the world. You'll never find it. You will never find a print of this. They're not online. Oh, they sell reproductions. You can actually buy a reproduction. Let's go back to the art. No. This is truly one of the great treasures in the 20-year history of this show. And you keep this in the family. You'll never replace it. You'll never replace it. How to get published. How to get published. How did it even exist? Go to my computer. Anybody can find this. If you can't find it, I'll email it to you. It's her. That's her wedding day. She was the woman who translated the hundreds of letters of her first husband. Do you know who her husband was? An art dealer by the name of Theo Van Gogh. He had a brother named Vincent. Van Gogh Bonger played a key role in the growth of Vince Van Gogh's posthumous fame. They had a boy. They named it after, Johanna and Theo had a boy. They named it after his uncle, Vincent Willem Van Gogh Bonger. He gave all of his art away. He could have been a billionaire. He gave it to the people. They would have been scattered to the winds. See that baby? A great and noble human being. A great and noble human being. Let's go back to the art. I want to show you something. When I say we're lucky to see this, guys, this is the big league. Go to my computer. I'm at the Van Gogh Museum website. Look in the upper right. This is the actual website of the Van Gogh Museum. When Johanna was 28, she lost the love of her life. Her husband, Theo, died. She was left behind. She had a brand new baby boy. And she had 450 paintings and drawings and a few etchings by his brother Vincent. That's the only known photograph of Theo Van Gogh, the great art dealer. That's his wedding day photo. That's the only known photo of him. They'd only been together for 2 years. Now she had a brand new baby. He died in 1891, 6 months after Vincent died. What is she going to do? What is she going to do with the hundreds of paintings that Theo left her? There's the baby. There's the baby. She was smart. She organized sales exhibitions to boost the visibility of Vincent's works. She made strategic sales to major art museums all around the world. That meant many as people as possible could see Vincent's work. But in 1905, 121 years ago, she pulled off the most significant feat ever, the largest ever retrospective at the Stedelijk Museum in Amsterdam. 480 paintings were put on display. After this, the prices of his works. You have to see them in person. If you go to the Art Institute of Chicago, you can look at one up close. I was blown away. He's good. He really is good. That's the Stedelijk Museum, July and August of 1905. Then she began translating all the letters. The book used to be $450, but now it's online for free. You can read the letters for free, and they're well written. She had already sold, by 1925, nearly 200 of the paintings. But there was one work she couldn't give up. Her and her son owned 2 of the 5 sunflower paintings. She sold one to the National Gallery of London. Here it is. You have to go to London to see it. Are you ready for the big one? Are you ready for the big one? After Johanna passed away in 1925, her son Vincent gave it all away. There he is. No, this is not $500. You'll never see it at 5,000. You'll never see it. You'll never see this at 5,000. It's a first edition only edition. I believe it is the only example on American soil. That painting under his elbow, $250 million on a slow day. That sunflower painting at about 1 p.m. on the clock, that'd be about 350 million. He gave it away. $600. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. Read the book of Matthew. I'd put it by my bed. This parable changed my life. No, I won't sell it. No, I'll buy it. Let's go back to the certificate. Please remember, this is not low end. I'm sorry, a certificate. It is a true copper plate engraving. The original's near Zurich in a town called Winterthur, not Thur. It's about an hour and 20 minutes northeast of the airport. You can find it. But you have to go to the House of Flowers, the adjacent building, or you can't find it. Johanna van Gogh Bonger died in 1925. It's a first edition, only edition. I believe it is the only example on American soil. There might be one in France. Most of them were lost in World War II. I don't know where you'll ever see one again. Guys, this is big. This is real big. All right, and here we go. We're not in the hundreds, we're in the thousands.
All right, we're off it.
That is extraordinary. And the hammer's up and we're all done, all in, all fair, all square, and I sold it under the money now, way under the money. When Time magazine selected the British artist Banksy, the graffiti master, the painter, the activist, the filmmaker, the all-purpose provocateur, for a list in the world's 100 most influential people of the year 2010, he found himself in the company of Oprah Winfrey, Steve Jobs, Lady Gaga, and a lot more. But he supplied a picture of himself with a paper bag over his head. It had the logo Recycle on it, naturally. But most of his fans, like me, I really don't want to know who he is. And there has been a bit of protest in Great Britain when they try to unmask him. But all of us, I want to follow this incredible success story. It began with outlaw spraying, or as the jargon has it, bombing, graffiti, walls in Bristol, England during the 90s. And now today his works, prints are hundreds of thousands of dollars. Paintings have gone to $25 million. They're in auction houses from Britain to America, literally around the world. Today, he has graffitied or bombed cities from, Vienna to San Francisco, Barcelona, Paris, even Detroit. And he's moved from graffiti on really gritty urban walls to paint on canvas. He's doing these incredible conceptual sculptures and even film. If you get a chance, watch the documentary. It's on Netflix, Exit Through the Gift Shop. And that was nominated for an Academy Award. Now, Pest Control is a tongue-in-cheek titled organization set up by the artist to authenticate real Banksy artwork. And that also kind of protects him from people that are prying. A lot of reporters want to get that interview. So most of the time he says, I'll hide behind a paper bag, or more commonly an email. But I will control my own narrative. His last face-to-face interview took place in 2003. Now, he may kind of hide behind this concealed identity, but he advocates a direct connection between artist and everyone. He said there's a whole new audience out there. you don't have to go to college and then drag around a portfolio, mail off transparencies and slides to snooty galleries or know someone powerful. Today, all you need now is a few ideas and, well, an internet connection. He said, this is the first time the essentially bourgeois world of art has belonged to the people, and we need to make it count. Now, he grew up in Barton Hill. That's a district of Bristol in the 80s that was the scary part of town. It was very rough, very dangerous, very working class, run down, unwelcoming to strangers. He even said, he said, I decided to make my first real graffiti there. I came from a much, he called it leafier part of town, a much nicer part of town. He goes, my own dad was badly beaten up there as a kid. So he was trying out names at the time. His earliest works were signed Robin Banks. Get it? Robin Banks? Okay. And soon, because of his friends, that evolved into Banksy. Now, this short nickname, I think, has less of the gangsters robbing banks cachet, but it's a lot more memorable, and it's easier to write on a wall. So around that time, he settled on a very distinctive stencil approach to graffiti. He said, I was 18. And we were painting a train with a bunch of my friends, and the British police showed up, and everybody ran. All of my friends made it to the car. I disappeared. I had to hide over an hour under a dump truck with engine oil leaking all over me. And I lay there listening to the cops on the tracks, on the train tracks, and I realized I had to cut my painting time in half or give it up altogether. And he said, I'm laying on my back under a dump truck. I'm staring straight up at the stenciled plate on the bottom of a fuel tank, and I realize I can just copy that. I can make each letter 3 feet tall. And he told a friend of his, he goes, as soon as I cut my first stencil, I could feel the power there. It was like a political edge. All of my graffiti is really low-level dissent. But stencils have extra history. They have been used to start revolutions, and stop wars. My computer, there's a website I can share with everybody. It's simply called Banksy Explained. Banksy Explained, and there are a lot of people in the art business that believe that his 7 murals of the Ukraine are, well, his most important. And, you know, the Love is in the Air and Girl with Balloon, of course, are timeless. And but this is something that went beyond. And I'm not going to play the video. Anybody can do that. It's on YouTube. Just type in Banksy Ukraine, YouTube. But I want to talk about this. And what I think is that this sentence, Banksy's Ukrainian murals draw on his classic vocabulary of irony, innocence, and provocation, while adapting poignantly to the urgency of war. Now, the gymnast, of course, is global. I mean, that's global. All the images are quite global. Imagine coming home from work and there's your apartment building. That's what happened to people that live there. I saw them. We were at work, and they had another lady. We were at the grocery store. Thank goodness we weren't home. But here it is, human endurance. I don't know. And then this was so famous, the judo throw, it's Putin. It was made into stamps. I bought those stamps. The second they came out, I bought a bunch of them. I don't know where they are. I got a box of stuff. The children on a tank trap. I was an army brat living in Germany. My father was stationed in Kaiserslautern. We lived in Vogelway, which is a suburb of Landstuhl. One person's smiling right now. We lived in the staircases, but I saw real heavy-duty. These are small tank traps. I've seen World War II German tank traps. The man in the bathtub, kind of the irony that you'd be in the tub and then one day your house was blown apart. That's his house, his apartment complex. Woman with a gas mask, and here we are. Here's this woman with a fire extinguisher trying to put out basically this. It's irony. And I agree, it's absurd and defiant. God bless her. I think this is I think it's one of the greatest anti-war statements. I think the portfolio is the greatest anti-war statement of our generation. In her kitchen garb, she's a domestic warrior, facing existential threat with the limited tools of everyday life. Her absurdity is tragicomic, echoing Charlie Chaplin's resistance in The Great Dictator. One of the few times that Charlie Chaplin speaks, go to his soliloquy. Missile on a truck, gymnast with ribbon, she has a neck brace on, and that's the one that gets me, kind of brings a tear to my eye. There was an off-duty police officer. He'd just gotten off of work. He went home. The drone hit. That's his basement apartment. His friend said, if I rent a basement apartment, I'll be safe. No one's safe from war. The website is called, yeah, there it is right there. Each mural engages with the debris of war, but finds within it metaphors for endurance, irony, hope, and protest. Unlike a museum-bound masterpiece, these works breathe in the open air. Real people in real time confront destruction and rebuild lives. And of course, I find this so human. I think of all of them, this is my favorite. My mom would do that. She'd have her curlers on, her bathrobe, stand on a chair and try to put out a fire. I know she would. 600? Do you know what these sell for? Let's go back to the art. We're looking for $10,000. Why? And I can make this real easy for everybody. Have you ever heard of supply and demand? What happens when there's a limited supply? Price goes up. What if there is no more supply and demand triples? Price really goes up. Let's go to my computer. This is why you should buy this. And then I'll show you the prices. I'm going to enlarge it because I want everybody to be able to read it. What's that say? So we've seen an explosion in price. About 4 years ago, they were the Banksy of England, a 10 British pound note with Princess Diana on it. And it wasn't signed Bank of England. It was called Banksy of England. It was a parody, and it was Princess Diana instead of Queen Elizabeth. And they were thrown into a crowd at a comedy festival in Bristol. And then again at an urban art, street art festival in Bristol. People picked them off the ground, threw them in the garbage. Some of them were saved. There were two on eBay for $135 each. I was going to buy one for me, one for Tony for Christmas. And then I went, that's too much to spend on Tony. Now they're $6,000 to $9,000 in 4 years. Go back to the art. I'll show you. I'll show you. I don't kid around on this. Now we're below the price of the frame. And his prints have sold for millions of dollars. Trying to find it. Hold on. No, they sold it. They sold it. Here, I'm just going to do a couple of them. Go to my computer. This is Woods Gallery. They're very ethical, honest. I recommend them. They have a lot of product. They have a good product line. How much is it? $10,000. I'm going to go to the next one. Oops. It's not working. There it is. There is the ribbon dancer with the neck brace. It's $10,000. You get the point. I'm looking for $10,000. I'm looking for a gallery price on this. Go back to the art because you can't find them. And this is not a joke. They don't pop up in your local galleries. Now, we've got about a $900 frame on there. I'm just typing as quick as I can. One moment, please. Here, right here. Go to my computer. Watch. Limited edition signed and unsigned Banksy prints typically cost between $10,000 and $300,000. Unsigned. For pencil signed, we're talking millions. I'm not at the price of the frame. I am not at the price of the frame. What does it say right there? They typically start at $10,000. Originals on canvas can soar into the millions. Let's go back to the art. Guys, this is live. This is real. I'm trying to hold your hands here, but my goodness. Even posters now. Posters are crazy now. At $10,000, would you bid? At $10,000, would you? I'm not at the price of the frame. It's free. You are getting this for free. All right, and here we go. All right, and here we go. Now, I forgot to mention, it is massive. I was so excited about just seeing one. Now, we are coming to the end of these, and when they're gone, they're gone. This is a 3-foot ruler. It's a yardstick. Doesn't reach. That's 3 feet. On the frame now, that is going to be 38 by 45. That's 4 feet right there. So, no, this is not this is not a $700 frame. It's about a $1,200-$1,300 frame. And I want you to check. I want you to check. This is an auction. I don't bid for you. I'm not going to do it. It is guaranteed authentic forever. And it's so heavy. I don't want to move it. It is double-sided. You can try to find one at $5,000. Never happened. Never happened. I'm below the price of the frame. I'm $500 below the price of the frame. Going once, going twice. Now, this is going to be a situation like, do you remember the artist that we had about 7 years ago named Leonor Fini, a friend of Salvador Dali, the world's first female surrealist? Leonor Fini. We were selling her original watercolors $600 to $900. Now they start at $8,000. I knew I should have bought them, and I know I should buy this. That's my mom. That's my mom. Look at that. These will stand the test of time. These will stand the test of time. All right, and here we go. I'm $500 below the price of the frame. It's free money. Okay, again, I know I sound like a... This is a yardstick. He's a nut. You know, 2 years ago, this suit did not feel so tight. Must be my posture. Fat old man. There's 4-footer. There's a 4-footer. That's a $1,200 frame. And tell your framer, plexi. Oh, wait, it's more than $1,200. I forgot. It's a custom-made double-sided frame with plexi, not window pane glass. Have you priced plexi? Go to Home Depot. Everything's crazy. Oh, and I have a beef with Lowe's. You know, if you have an old set of stairs and they're worn out and you get like a foot long, what's called a stair runner, it's a little aluminum strip that goes on the edge of each step. 2 years ago, they were $1.39. I went to get it, it was $14. How could it go from $1.39 to $14 for a strip of aluminum? They saw you coming. They saw me coming. They all must see me coming. They're in cahoots. Are you sure? Last time. And the hammer's up and we're all done, all in, all fair, all square, and I sold it under the money now, way under the money.
Every line, every curve, every color, every breath held and every breath released. Art is created. Every moment spent in Berlin, creating this style. Every moment spent in Shanghai, mastering this style. Every moment of doubt, every moment of joy. Hours painting, years of creating. Harmony, peace, tranquility. With every collaboration, with every exhibition, his name grows.
Sold! California! Sold it under the money.
Sold.
Sold at $41,000.
Sold at 63.
With every hammer drop and every piece sold, now is the time for cash.
Now, his real name is Francois Ledon. And but when you're a kid, and I don't care where you're from, you get a nickname. So his friends called him Fanche, and the name stuck. It's a common nickname for Francois, which sounds so proper. And Fanche is more, like Charles, Chuck, like Robert, Bobby, come on. Antonio, we call him Tony. He's globally famous. He truly is an artist with an international collector's base. Born in 1949, he has this very distinct, very original, very contemporary vision. And of course, his talent has evolved, but now he has something that he calls interior-scapes, not a landscape, interior-scape. And he's developed and morphed his own signature style. To me, it's like Botero and Boterismo. It's unique. He's not copying anybody. He developed it over decades. It's very playful, very colorful, very beautiful. And what I like about it is that they combine many other things. Can we go to the close-ups of the three works of art on the wall? Can we do a close-up on that work? There it is right there. Les Demoiselles d'Avion, considered by many to be the world's most valuable work of art. And oops. It is by Picasso. Oops, dang it. What is happening with my computer? I'm typing as quick as I can. And here it is right here. Thank you for your patience on that. Go to my computer. Oh, dang it. All right, here we go. What billionaire collectors would pay for the priceless art in U.S. museums? And here it is right here. It's not Paul Cézanne. And after the $450 million for the Leonardo da Vinci Savior, what is happening? You can't do anything without a pop-up ad anymore. $450 million, but here it is right here. Hands down. Right here, at $1.2 billion, Pablo Picasso's Les Demoiselles d'Avion. And that's what's on the wall in this work of art. It's hard to convey how badly the top collectors want to own this. Hands down, it wins if you could own one painting game among the billionaires. Why? Why not? It's the most important and frequently referenced in textbooks painting by the most important artist of the 20th century, the equivalent of having sole ownership of Mozart's Symphony No. 41. Second place, The Starry Night. I agree. Let's go back to the art. So it is an homage to the great artists of all time. And Franz Ledon, since 1975, has been a superstar. He literally is a global artist. He's had shows in Japan, Australia, Europe, all over Europe. Gloria Swanson, Sunset Boulevard. There are no small parts, only small people. Some of the greatest lines in Hollywood, Gloria Swanson. Barons, royalty, Jack Nicholson. Jack Nicholson is a collector. Billionaire Armand Hammer. In Europe, the Prince of Polignac, John Williams. Corporate collectors like Air France, US Air, Nissan, Mitsubishi, Tokyo Dome, Yokohama, Esso, Exxon, Guerlain Perfume. He's been published, are you ready for this? Published by Christie's. That is extremely rare that Christie's would publish an artist. Okudo Editions, Blinder Fine Arts, Hammer Graphics. I can go on and on and on. He is $250. $900 frame. I think you want to bid on this. You've seen his art. I think everybody's seen his art. He's a global name. Let's go to the certificate. The interior with the interior with the red suitcase, staircase, a giclée of archival pigments on canvas with hand embellishment, meaning it is hand painted. Those are brushstrokes. Signed by the artist lower right, numbered on the back. It is example number 224 of 250. And, you know, like I said, $900 frame. And I want you to check. On the frame now, that's going to be 30 by 40, 30 by 40. There's 4 feet right there. Now, why did I quote a little bit high on the frame? Let's come down by the signature. You see, this is real wood. And it's got a linen finish. The frame shop charges you an extra about $400 for that. There's the hand-painted signature, and there is the liner wrapped with linen. Yes, it adds to the value. And if we could come a little bit to the right, you could see that this is a high-glossy, good quality wood frame. This is not a plastic frame. And nothing wrong with plastic frames, but we don't have them. You can see that it's stretched. It is numbered on the back by the artist. Yeah, we're looking for about $4,000. I've got $275, now it's going to be a $3. That's a showstopper of a piece. $300 is my bid. All day long, $850 frame, and I want you to check. I'm going to do it. Why not? This is a very old book, and I'm a very old art dealer. There's me and Peter Max. That's back in what, 97? There's me and Yitzhak Tarkai. Look how old this book is. I think I put this book together in 98. There's Franz Ledon. I'm wearing my Harry Potter glasses. Who else we got? Oh, Chuck Jones. Animator, and that's his daughter. I forget her name. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, Linda Jones. He created Roadrunner, Marvin Martian. Here's me and Peter. He gave me that as a gift. That's in my bedroom. He gave me that as a I didn't even ask him. His painting. What is it? Do you have Prince Albert tobacco in a can? Let him out. Krasniansky, Franz Ledon. The Baron Philippe de Noyer. Tony met him. You went to his house. I should have bought that Dali sculpture. $5,800. You know how much it is now? $16,000. All right, that's enough down memory lane. Back in my day, These were more expensive in 1997 than they are now. That's how much of a collector's market it's a buyer's market. It's a buyer's market. All right, and here we go. We are giving art away. All right, my friends, 17 seconds left. This literally is lower than the cost of the frame, lower than production cost. And we had an auctioneer who used to say this a lot, and it kind of bugged me, but I'm going to say it. Buy it if you don't like it. Give me the art and keep the frame. You could not get that frame. A record low. They were more expensive. I was selling these for $2,500 back in 1998. It's a buyer's market, and I want you to remember it. And I'm just going to keep saying it. I know I say it a lot, but my goodness. You sound like John Ward. This is free. No, this is less than free. Here, go to my computer. Embellished giclée. How much? $18.50. That's a great price. That's very low. That is very low. That's a great price.
Whenever they go low, we can go low.
Let's go back to the art.
Right.
Give it away now. That's less than free. That is a studio loss leader. Going once, going twice. Any further advance? Sold. That is beautiful. Now this is coming all the way from Monaco, Monte Carlo, where he passed away. I'm very sad to say, and it doesn't seem it. It can't be real. December 30th, 2014. He was only 72. He passed away in Monaco. And go to my computer. Now I'm in the art business my whole life, and I'm used to flowery, effusive language. Oh, the glistening tones of lavender as the sunlight basked it in an opprobrium. You know what I mean? A crepuscular form. It's a shadow. Anyhow, ArtNet, give it to me straight. I like Walter Cronkite. That's the way it is. Make up your own mind. Here, just give it to me straight. Jean-Claude Navarro. He was a French artist. Boom, we're good. Considered one of the greatest glass makers of the 20th century. I agree. We're done. He's on a level of Dale Chihuly. And if you can get a Dale Chihuly under $12,000, buy it. Jean-Claude Navarro has been going up just in this last year. Navarro's lamps, bottles, and vases utilize Art Deco. Now I have to say this, vases. There's one guy that cracks up every time I do it. Navarro's lamps, bottles, and vases utilize Art Deco-inspired shapes to create these swirling, colorful forms. Yes, they do. He pioneered techniques, adding and layering unique material directly into the molten glass, such as metal oxides. Now, a big blob of glass will melt at 2,800 Fahrenheit. Gold leaf melts at about 1,200 Fahrenheit, sometimes less. You can vaporize gold leaf with a paper match. So how does he do it? How does he get gold at 1,200 degrees into molten glass at 2,800? He puts in precious stones, luminescent powders, and I'll show you an example in a moment. Did you know a moment is 2.5 minutes? In recognition of his ambition with his medium, Navarro's in the Guinness Book of World Records. And yes, that matters. That does matter. He made the largest hand-blown glass work ever created. Now, I respect Dale Chihuly. I've seen his sculptures. If you go to the Venetian, it is a tour de force. It is a multi-million-dollar display. Go to Las Vegas. I was talking to a gentleman today, young guy. He came over to fix my air conditioning, and he said, oh, someday I'm going to travel. I want to go to Vegas. I said, don't gamble. Just go to the shows. But if you do go to the Venetian and look at the glass. He said, okay. And if you do arrive in Vegas for the first time in your life, try to arrive, your flight landed about 7 or 8, so that when you drive from the airport down the strip, the lights are lit up. It's worth it. It is mind-blowing. If you go in the afternoon, that's fine. But if you can go there, first time you drive down the strip, try to go at night. Anyhow, he's a war baby, Antibes, France. That is right, a few years later, about 5 years later, Picasso would live in Antibes. Right after World War II, he would move from Paris to Antibes. Began studying glassmaking at the age of 14. And again, he passed away. Now, because of our dear friend Orban Huchette, who also passed away, we were given the connection directly to the family. Now, what is the best way to buy art? Directly from the artist, at auction. How can you even top that? Directly from the artist at auction with no minimum bid. When I say no minimum bid, I mean these things. Oh, they're not doing the video anymore. Dang it. Let's go back to the art. Go to my computer. I'm looking for $9,000. And probably more. They just keep going up. The little glass stopper on top, because wealthy people in Monaco and other places like Paris drink cognac out of them. They don't. If you drop the bottle, it probably won't crack, but the stoppers crack. That's a little 1 ounce perfume vial. Little tiny thing. Holds about an ounce. There's the stopper on the top. That's about 2,000 right there. Guys, bid on this. Bid on this. Bid on this. And they just, there's less and less on the market. And again, it's a factor of supply and demand. But you know what? Like so many of the artists, like what Tony was talking about Pedro Ortiz Munoz, he backs it up with talent. I'll show you the video. It's quite impressive. Now, this is full size. That's going to be, I'm going to say about 9 1/4. I'm going to go 9 1/4. Ballpark me on that. And delicate and beautiful in every way. How did he do those lines? This is truly exquisite. Now, what makes this one stand out from all of the rest, of all of the ones we've had in the last 10 years, this one has the most gold. That's gold. That's real gold. That's 22 karat, might be 24. Yeah, gold leaf is 24 karat. This one has the most amount of gold of anyone we've ever had. And when you see it in person, it's deep. It's like three-dimensional. You can see the signature in block letters, and then over here, it's an autograph. So let me straighten that out. There we go. Whoopsie. You can see the block letter autograph, and then above it, he had a electrical motor with a Dremel, a flexible shaft that had a diamond bit on the end, not a drill bit. It was just a diamond tip, and he would autograph these. There it is right there. 1998, and like I said, this one, apparently they've been saving the best for last. This one has the most amount of real gold. The other thing is, if we can tilt the camera down and look at the base, how thick that is. That's remarkable. How do you do that? It seems to be surreally floating in air. It's a work of art. This belongs in the Corning Glass Museum in Pittsburgh. Now, there is a Dale Chihuly and Glass Museum exhibit in St. Petersburg, Florida, but shame on me, I haven't been there. Have you been, Tony? The Glass Museum in downtown St. Pete? Because it's bigger, I think it's the biggest one we've ever had, but I know for sure it has the most amount of gold. And then the swirling. Look at that. How did he do that? It goes all the way to the edge. That's delicate glasswork. And I'm going to say it, I used to be impressed by Murano glass of the island near Venice. This outperforms. This is museum grade, absolutely. Look at that. Look at the amount of gold. Okay, that's a museum piece. And massive. It's way heavier than a bowling ball. Way heavier than a bowling ball. Now, if a smaller one is 9,000 and one about that big is 6,000, what do you think this is worth? Never been shown in an art gallery, made in 1998, coming directly from the family because of a relationship formed by the great artist and art dealer, Orban Huchette. How lucky are we? Absolutely a museum piece. All right, and here we go. I've got 18 now, it's gonna be 19. We should be above 9,000. I've got 18 now, it's gonna be 19. 18 now, going once. I've got 18 now, going twice. All in, all done, all fair, all square in 5, 4. 2 now, it's gonna be a 1. I've got 2 now, it's gonna be a 1. Way under, look at that, that is spectacular. Why do I know I'm gonna get a late bidder? I'm gonna leave it there for just a second while the last one we had went for 8,000. This one's a little, go to my computer. Which one's better? And then, that's about a 1 ounce perfume vial. Most of it's glass, but that little, to me it looks like a jellyfish, that blue and white top center, that holds about 1 ounce. You can tell by the size of the signature. It's very small. That's the stopper. All right, here we go. And again, which is better? I'm underbid. I'm underbid. If I'm not underbid by $5,000, I don't know what to say. Let's go to the certificate. A hand-blown, ovoid, clear glass vase. I'm sorry, there's no stopper. This is a typo. This is a typo. This is a typo. Unique work from the personal collection of Jean-Claude Navarro in 1998. All right, let's go back to the art. Guys, bid on this.
27.
Go to my computer.
I discovered this profession. I was 14 years old. I was 14 years old and I really enjoyed it and I made it my passion and it's my life and it's my job. It's not the number of pieces that I make. It's the pieces that stay good because the pieces, when they're blown and finished, that they go into the kiln for 5 days. If there's always 1, 2, or 3 that break because I received them for days and you never know which ones are going to break because of the colors inside. 1,200 degrees. I work at between 1,100 and 800 degrees.
That's Celsius.
When the piece is finished, it goes into the kiln at 560 degrees for 2 days and then the temperature drops slowly. And when the temperature is good after a few days, we open the kiln to take the pieces out. There are some good ones, there are some bad ones. That's normal. That's how it is. I was 14 years old in my little village in Bio and I would go and play. They were building a tiny glassworks there. I would go and play and when I saw the ovens heating up, I really liked it. I got hired. I was 14 years old. I grew up at the Bioti Glassworks. I learned my trade down there. Not that, I didn't take that. I learned how to make glass, stemmed glasses, carafes, and pitchers. I learned that and I always tried when I had time to do something other than what I had been taught.
Glow in the dark, glow in the dark.
20 years. One day, I left the Bioti Glassworks. I made my first glassworks. I made 50 in all.
Okay, there is 6 seconds and we're done.
Yeah.
Okay, that's on YouTube. Going once, going twice. Sold.
An emerging artist with a unique art style. Acid etched and airbrushed. With his massive murals, an urban pioneer is exploding out of the Toronto art scene. Shane Goudreau. When working in airbrush and hand-painted acrylic, Goudreau contrasts the two mediums into one harmonious piece of art. When working in pure acrylics, Goudreau emphasizes detail, control, and patience. When working in his own developed painting process, Goudreau uses different concentrations of bleach to add depth to his works. Goudreau's ability to work on a large scale may very well have him as a Guinness record holder for a project he completed in Kingston, Ontario, Canada, which doubles the current record. Shane Goudreau.
Born April 6, 1483, he passed away April 6, 1520. He had a very short life. He only lived to be 37. But what an impact he left on the history of all humanity and history of art. Raffaello Sanzio from the town of Urbino. And that's why we see it, the V in Latin is U, Urbino, Raffaello from Urbino. He was summoned by the Pope. He was not only a great Italian painter, he was a great architect of the High Renaissance. And I will say this as well every time. I loved it. I did not write this. His work is admired for its clarity of form, the ease of composition, and the visual achievement of the Neoplatonic ideal of human grandeur. Let me repeat that. I think that is so noble. His work is admired for its clarity of form, the ease of composition, and the visual achievement of the Neoplatonic ideal of human grandeur. We all know that together with Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo, he truly forms the traditional trinity of the great masters of that period. He was enormously productive. He ran a huge workshop of over 50 employees. And despite his early death at 37, he gave the world a large body of art. Well, why? How could he do it? His father was the court painter to the ruler of a very small but very cultured city of Urbino. But his father died when Raphael was 11. And I think that played a role and it shaped his life, because at that time in the 1500s, he became the master of that studio. And his father had 50 employees. Now, his father had a brother, his uncle helped him run it, and his mother took care of the books. Mom's going to run the money, and helped him with that. But he took it, an 11-year-old boy would take it very seriously. The death of your father at 11 is highly profound. And he was good. He was actually, there was a living master by the name of Perugino. He was listed in the guild as a fully trained master in the guild, and that's very serious, in the year 1500. That would make him 17. And he began working in and around several cities in North Italy. He let everybody else work. But in 1508, he was given an invitation by the Pope himself to work in the Vatican Palace. Of art on the show, but I think now is the time to fully appreciate the largesse, the grandeur, the generosity of Orban Huchet. We have something here that is so rare. The book of Genesis, chapter 1, verse 2. On the frame now, that's going to be 23 by 17, 23 by 17. And before I even begin on the importance of this work of art, I just want to show you. Look at the hand and the lines beneath it. That's carved by hand with a high carbon steel needle into soft copper. Now this is before, and this is near pure copper. This is before they began adding nickel to copper today. When you see like an oven range hood and it's made in nickel and it's quite made in copper, there's a lot of nickel added to it. This is beyond rare, because after, you know why edition sizes were 200? A printing press, look at that line, it's hand carved. A printing press operates between 700 to 900 pounds per square inch. And after 200 impressions, the copper is squished down like Play-Doh. And so the lines become very gray and faint. Let's go here to the bottom, a little bit over here to the bottom left. Look at that cross-hatching. Black blacks and white whites. No gray. And then we come over here to the knee or the thigh area. That's a $100 bill engraving. That is, now, the hardest thing to do in copperplate engraving, let's come up to a little bit here, is to convey human emotion. Look at the power and the grandeur in that area. It's smaller than a dime. It's about half the size of a dime. I can cover it with my pinky. The power and the grandeur of the Lord in that. And the face is very dark, yet the neck is illuminated in a pure white. The creation of the sun and the moon. Let's go to the bottom left. I'd like to thank Sandra Barna of Chattanooga, Tennessee, who does not own a computer. She wrote letters that she typed out on her typewriter to museums all around the United States. Harvard University, the Fogg Museum creator, got back to her and said, yes, it says Raffaello from the town of Urbino, V as a U in Latin, is the inventor. The original paintings at the Vatican, the Apostolic Palace. And here we have the quote, the creation of the sun and the moon, Genesis chapter 1. Now, do you want goosebumps? Watch this. Where'd it go? I lost my spot. Jacobean typeface. This is Cesare Fantetti, and there it is right there. This is fresco number 3 in the Vatican Palace. Book of Genesis. This was printed on the printing press owned by the Vatican, commissioned by the Pope. Let's go to the certificate. Raphael Sanzio, from the town of Urbino, the creation of the sun and the moon. The original engraving is printed in a black ink on a watermark laid paper from the design of Raphael. It is the first date guaranteed first printing. There is no earlier edition. The Pope himself commissioned the greatest living. See, Raphael never made an engraving. He made sculpture. He made painting. He was not an engraver. The Pope hired Cesare Fantetti in Rome. This is something that you'll only see once. I'm looking for $12,000. Commissioned by the Pope, printed on the Vatican printing press. So where is it? Go to my computer. Today we call them the Raphael rooms. It is a suite of large rooms in the Apostolic Palace. You've seen that on TV. You see the two dead, right in the center. You see those two open windows? That is where the Pope speaks from. And if you ever get a chance, there's a row of statues. Read about them. In the upper right are the Raphael rooms. That is where this painting is located. These are the Swiss Guards. Do not mess with them. They're like a Navy SEAL. They're like an Army Ranger. They're like a Green Beret. They're trained fighters. They are armed. They have Sig Sauer 9mm pistols in their ankles. There are panels with large and small and heavy machine guns. There are rocket launchers. There is a Jeep with a mounted rocket launch. Do not, if you touch one of these guys, they're going to roll you up in a ball like a little pretzel. And they are willing. They would consider it an honor to die for the Pope. Do not go near those. There it is right there. Now, adjacent, literally next door, is the Sistine Chapel. We're not talking about the Sistine Chapel ceiling or the ceiling. We're talking about these rooms. Now, to learn about it, it's very easy. Just type in Raphael rooms, and you can find it. I love this line. I'm going to use it every time. Painted by Raphael in his workshop, together with Michelangelo's Sistine Chapel ceiling frescoes, they are the grand fresco sequences that mark the high Renaissance of Rome. Pope Julius II, read about his life. Oh my goodness. I would not want to be Pope Julius II. He was known as the warrior pope for good reason. Pope Julius II commissioned Raphael, a young artist from Urbino. Now, we're going to look at them very quickly, and then I'm going to show you something very nice. See the sculptures on the bottom? They're not sculptures. It's a technique called fool the eye, trompe l'oeil, and they're hand-painted by Raphael. He died at the age of 37. These are among the greatest masterpieces in the world. I would put them on a legendary status of the Mona Lisa. I mean, it's beyond comprehension to me. How could you think of, and this is my favorite of them all, the School of Athens. Everything on the left side of the composition is theory. In the center, in the peach-colored robe, is Michelangelo posing as Socrates. Notice his hand is pointing to the ceiling. That's theory. In the left, bottom left, is Euclid with Euclidean geometry. That is theoretical. Center bottom is Michelangelo posing as Heraclitus. Read about Heraclitus. On the right is Aristotle with his palm pointing down. There is theory on the left, practice on the right. We are grounded, pointing toward the ground, what we know, Diogenes. Then in the bottom right, we have Pythagoras with known, non-theoretical geometry. It's a fascinating read. I need to pick up the pace. Read about this. Constantine, praise to God, I will convert to Christianity if you send me a sign. A silver cross appears in the air, emitting fire and smoke, circling the battlefield. Dude, it was a UFO. Symbolized by the dragon to the right of it. Yeah, read about this. Dude, it was... Raymond, don't say that stuff. That's just silly. And there it is right there. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, the Eucharist, the Ark of the Covenant. On the right, if you look carefully, is Dante Alighieri. There's so much here. So, the crowning of a king, there's so much here. Not all of it, which is ironic, which is fascinating, not all of it is religious. Some go back to pagan practices, the seven muses, Terpsichore, the goddess of dance, poetry, public oration, the art of debate. He's playing a musical instrument. It's fascinating. All right, I digress. I can't help it. Could you paint that? I couldn't even think it. You know what's in the four corners? The story of Adam and Eve. This is. I really want to go here. I would love to go here. Oh, let's go back to the art. I'm going in a loop. So where is it? Where is panel number 3? Go to my computer. It's in the first room. The Stanza della Segnatura, and it needs to be restored. I've already printed that out for the winning bidder. No, I'm not looking for $400. I'm looking for $12,000. This was created 102 years before there was America. America was a rumored primitive settlement. A lot of people didn't even believe in America. A lot of people didn't even believe the world was round. This was commissioned by the Pope. It is a first edition. Now, do you see the hexagonal shape? That is because the ceiling, the interior ceiling, is curved. Hence the hexagon. You'll never see this. If it wasn't for Orban Huchet, the great art collector, the great publisher, published over 600 editions, amassed a personal collection after World War II. The only other example I can find is right here in the Royal Collection Trust. But wait a minute, you have to read what it says. Okay, I'm going to say it. That's just awful. But why? It's a photograph. It's a really early photograph. It's a very, it's in the first bay of the Raphael Loggia in the Vatican. What? It was acquired in 1853, right at the beginning of the dawning of photography. That's in the Royal Collection Trust. Ours is better. Ours is, you know who else has one of these? The Vatican. Which one's better? You tell me. Which one's better? I've already printed this out. Genesis chapter 1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep. The Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. God saw that the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And there was evening, and there was morning, the first day. Let's go back to the art. And there it is right there. There it is right there. It's in a $500 frame minimum. Linen wrapping on the matting board, gold fillet. Look at the condition of the document. Look at the condition of the document. No, this is not a 5. Okay. Okay, you ready for a little bit of the Theater of the Absurd by Ray Taylor? I want you to walk into a gallery in Rome. No, I want you to walk into any gallery in the world and say, "Good afternoon. I'm looking for a first edition Raphael." Now, it must be commissioned by the Pope. It must be printed on the Vatican printing press. It must be a first edition in history, no other earlier edition. It has to be in one of the most important rooms in the Apostolic Palace, the Raphael rooms. I want it to be commissioned by the Pope and engraved by the greatest living engraver, Cesare Fantetti, as a tribute to Raphael. I want it to be printed over 100 years before there was in America, in the 1600s. I want it in mint condition. Now, if you put it in a $500 frame, I'll give you $100 right now. Can't even do it. Stop. I'll give you $100. I bet you. Could you imagine what this would sell for in downtown Rome? Look at the condition. Look at the condition. What is the hallmark of this show? Condition and rarity. And by the way, I haven't said this in a while. Put me on camera. We're on our 20-year and third week anniversary.
All right, last call.
We have never changed. Every work of art is guaranteed authentic forever. Forever. There's no 30-day right of return. Auction houses don't do returns. We do. Every work of art is guaranteed authentic forever. No catch. You don't have to come in on a Thursday between 3 and 5 wearing a brown shirt with a dog named Mickey. No catch. Authorship is guaranteed unconditionally forever. End of story. It has served us well for over 20 years. I'm very proud of that. Look at the condition. 1674. You're telling me that's under $5,000. The Vatican printing press in Rome. And how do I know? Because there wasn't any other printing press. The nearest printing press was in Nuremberg. This is beyond rare. Turn on, you know what's missing? Go to my computer. Let me show you what's missing. Damage. Foxing is an age-related process of deterioration. It causes spots and browning on paper documents, books, postage stamps, old paper money, certificates. Do you see any? It may derive from the fox-like reddish-brown color of the stain. Paper so effective is said to be foxed. I don't see any. Do you? I don't see any. Do you? It may be caused by mold. Aside from foxing, other types of age-related paper deterioration can be caused by sunlight, atmospheric pollution. This was stored in a drawer. Causes of foxing. Now, it can be repaired, but do not have this restored. You don't need it. Go back to the art. Now look at it with fresh eyes. You're telling me, printed in 1674 on the Vatican printing press, with impeccable lines. There is no pinholes. There are no wormholes. There are no fragments missing. I'm losing my mind. Guys, you're living in the golden age of art collecting. You're living in the golden age of art collecting. Going once, going twice. Any further advance? Sold. Now we have Michelangelo. We just had a Raphael, and coming up is a Leonardo da Vinci. How cool is that? He was born March 6, 1475. He passed away the 18th of February, 1564. 1564. Today we call him simply Michelangelo, an Italian sculptor. He's the greatest sculptor, in my opinion, he's the greatest sculptor of all time. Rodin is second, but he was a painter, a magnificent architect, a genius, and a poet. Born in Florence, Italy, even today his work has a major influence on all Western art. He is considered the true title of the archetype, the Renaissance man. There is only one other, well, two others, Leonardo da Vinci and Raphael. But given the the sheer volume of surviving correspondence, the letters, the sketches, the reminiscences, the eyewitness accounts, Giorgio Vasari. Michelangelo is one of the best documented artists before the 1700s, before the 1600s. During his lifetime, he was so extraordinary. Not only was he described as the most accomplished artist in history, in his later years he was called Il Divino, the Divine One. The two greatest carved anything, I don't care what it is. Number one, the greatest sculpture of all time is Michelangelo's David. It's in Florence, Italy, in front of the Uffizi. There were 13 bronze castings that were done with an actual rubber mold. And one of the 13 is at the John and Mabel Ringley Museum in Sarasota, Florida. A lot of people don't know that when it was first released, it was called The Giant, Il Gigante. There is another work of art that he did during a war. It was installed in the middle of the night with a team of stonemasons. There was no pageantry, there were no speeches read, a prayer was said, bottles of wine were given to the people who watched the installation. It was during a war. Because it was put up into a little alcove in the Vatican, Michelangelo was so tired he went home and slept for a couple hours, but he was so excited that it was finally finished and installed. He walked up to the Pieta where there was once an empty alcove, and he saw a group of tourists, and the woman said to the husband, "Who do you think it is by?" And he goes, "I'm pretty sure it's the work of a sculptor from Venice." Michelangelo was so upset. If you look very closely at the sash of the Virgin Mary, it is the only signed Michelangelo sculpture. It is Michelangelo, Florence. Now this one was tricky, but as you know, I enjoy it. I really enjoy it. If you want me to research some art for you, I will. And this one was a little tricky. Let's go to my computer. And again, I do donate to Wikipedia because I use them. I enjoy them. Why? It's simple and straightforward. But you can try typing Sistine Chapel ceiling, but you will get a very long dissertation. Now, it's a good read. I read it, but it's long. We want to look at the pictures because it is a cornerstone of high Renaissance art. The ceiling was painted at the commission of Pope Julius II. Oh, wait, who's Pope Julius II? The warrior Pope, the battle Pope, the fearsome Pope, the same gentleman that commissioned Raphael to do the Stanza della Signature that we just sold. Same guy. One of the most powerful and influential popes, a central figure of the High Renaissance. He established the Vatican Museum and initiated the rebuilding of St. Peter's Basilica. Do you know who finished the dome? Are you ready? A lot of people don't know this. Are you ready? St. Peter's Basilica, right? It is a mainstay in the world. You've all seen that, right? My dream is to walk through that front door. I really want to. But it originally didn't look like that. Bramante, and this is you're gonna have to bear with me. I want to see that. I want to walk that. We'll see. I want to get a hat like that. And I'm kidding. I already have a hat like that. No, I don't. When we look at the original drawings, it was completely different. But I want to get to look at that. That's the photograph, 1842. Anyhow, back to the point. When Michelangelo was 72, what had happened is that Bramante's design, it just isn't good. It's top heavy, it's not appropriate. It's not that good. Then Sangallo did what was called the wedding cake. It's too much. It's good, but it's too much. Too ornate, too much. And then Michelangelo's design. Michelangelo finished the dome of St. Peter's Basilica. When you look inside, there it is today. It's perfect. It is perfect. That's what it looks like inside. Because of Michelangelo, and look at that. Could you imagine the wedding cake or the Bramante Dome? I'm glad Michelangelo, they hired him. Bernini. Oh, I wanted, those are Bernini's columns. They're based on mathematics. That's another story. Let's go back to the art. So, I am easily led astray. Poor little buttercup. Oh boy. Okay, so back to my computer. If you type in Sistine Chapel ceiling, you're going to get the long version. Go to the gallery of the Sistine Chapel ceiling. Much more succinct. Central to the ceiling decoration are 9 scenes from the book of Genesis. The most famous is the creation of Adam. The complex design includes multiple groups of individual figures, both clothed and nude, allowing Michelangelo to fully demonstrate his skill in depicting a wide variety of human poses, and has since served as an enormously influential reference for other artists, including Rodin. Rodin's The Thinker came from. But when you walk in, it's 73 feet above your head. And that is why the outlines and contours are slightly exaggerated. And there is the layout. Now, do you see the word family? Can you read those 3 triangles on the bottom? You see how it says family? Those are spandrels. Bear with me. There's a point to this. This is the book of Genesis. God creates the day and the night. The creation of Adam, world famous. The creation of Eve. Expulsion. Noah's Ark. The story of the book of Genesis. And then we have the prophets, the people who foretold the coming of Christ that are in the Bible. And the Sibyls that are not in the Bible. They're pagans who foretold the coming of the Messiah. The Oracle of Delphi named him by name. And then we go to the pendentives, the 4 corners, not there. I thought this was a grouping from the tree of Jesse, but I couldn't find it. These are called lunettes. They're crescent-shaped like a half moon. Beneath them are stained glass windows. They're called lunettes. I couldn't find them. So I kept looking and I looked and I looked and I looked. Finally, I studied the spandrels. And not this one. And there it is. Now, I'm going to show you something mind-blowing. Look at the mother feeding her child. They're traveling. They're exhausted. They're hungry. What does the mother have in her hand? Look closely in her left hand. She has the last piece of bread. Her husband is going to sacrifice that last piece of bread. They're fleeing Egypt. Remember, King Herod said, kill all the newborn boys. That's why Mary and Joseph fled Egypt. She's going to eat the last piece of bread to save her child. The husband says, you eat it, save the boy. You eat it, save the boy. Now, how can I prove that that is what is happening? And how can I prove that this is from the original drawing? I want to thank someone very, very important. This book was a gift to me. It's by Irving Stone. It is from the personal library of Luigi Bartolomeo, Ex Libris, from the library. If you read this phenomenal book, and I'm rereading it the second time. Luigi Bartolomeo told me he read this when he was 20. He gave it to me. I wrote him a letter just this week when I refound it. Look at her hand. Her hand's empty. Look at her hand. There's no bread. When you read the story by Irving Stone from eyewitness accounts, the over 495 letters, including letters by Giorgio Vasari and others, this set of engravings, the engraver was Adamo Sculturi, commissioned by the Pope, was made from the original drawings. One day, the Pope himself walks into the Sistine Chapel. He sees a great series of drawings on fire on the floor. The Pope is stunned. He looks at Michelangelo and says, "What are you doing?" He said, "I'm destroying my original drawings. I don't want anybody stealing my ideas." Luckily, the Pope had 3 young priests with him. He commanded them to stomp out the fire. Look at the quality of that engraving. Look at the generosity in the Father's face. Give it to the boy. Let the boy live. King Herod is killing all the newborns. Look at the mother sacrificing. She knows what's going on. There's no bread. She's feeding her child, but look at her hand. There's no bread. This is from the original drawing. This is from the original drawing. Go back to the final painting. Let's go back to the computer. There is the bread. The bread is in her hand. Feed the boy. That's called sacrifice. No, I'm looking for 15,000. This is from the original drawing. You understand that? Let's go to the certificate. This is a lifetime Michelangelo. Michelangelo Ludovico Simonetti Buonarroti, passed in 1564. Just a few years after he finished the dome, the Basilica of St. Peter in the Vatican Palace. Bramante's design wasn't that good, replaced by Sangallo. Sangallo the Younger died. The project was given to Michelangelo at the age of 72. The man and the woman seated on the ground with 2 children from the series of studies. See, an artist didn't come in and just make a copy of the corner piece, the spandrel, the triangle, after it was printed. This is from his document. This is beyond rare. Barsh catalog, Bellini catalog, the original engraving. There is no earlier edition. It is lifetime. It is a lifetime Michelangelo, and I will prove it. Executed by Adamo Scultori. Like Raphael, Michelangelo did not make engravings. He was a painter and a sculptor. When he signed the Sistine Chapel ceiling, you know how he signed it? Michelangelo, sculptor. Signed on the plate by the engraver. This is from the original design of Michelangelo, no bread. First date, first printing. Conceived in the years 1508 to 1512 by Michelangelo for the design of the Sistine Chapel ceiling. The plate executed by Adamo Scultori between the year of 1540, 24 years before he died, but no less than 14 years before Michelangelo died. It is not rare. It is the only one in America. Find me one. I'm looking, I don't know, I'm thinking 30,000. It is from the original drawing. Read the book, The Agony and the Ecstasy by Irving Stone. The Pope commands 3 young priests, stamp out that fire, stamp out the fire. The original drawings. They were saved by Pope Leo II, the warrior Pope, the battle Pope, the fearsome Pope. Is that fresco correct? Let's go right here. Bottom right. Other right. It is fresco number 71. They don't change the numbers. They don't change the numbers. It is there today. Guys, no, there's no $2,000, $3,000, $5,000 here. Let's go to my computer. Look in her hand. What's in her hand? The last piece of bread on the flight from Egypt. King Herod ordered the murder of all the young boys because he had heard a prophet told him that a young savior, a young Messiah is being born who will usurp you. That's what Mary and Joseph did. This is not Mary and Joseph. She has the last piece of bread. Everything they own is in that bundle on the bottom right. If you want to learn about this, it's easy. Oh, this one I love. The book of Matthew is the tree of Jesse, and that is the answer. This is before restoration, after the restoration. Is that the best? Wow. Wow, wow, wow. We're lucky. We're lucky to have these. There it is, right there. There it is. Look in her hand. She has the bread. That proves that this was from the original drawing that was almost lost in a fire. See, some guy didn't come in after it was painted and just copy the wall. Adamo Sculturi made his engravings from the drawing, the original drawing of Michelangelo that was almost lost forever. Let's go back to the art. If you want the home run of a lifetime, the flight out of Egypt in the Bible, unbelievably rare. The Vatican will never sell theirs. If I'll buy it. I would truly love to own. Now again, walk into any gallery in the world and say hello. I'm looking for a lifetime Michelangelo. Michelangelo. You know, the guy who created the two greatest sculptures in the history of all humanity, David and La Pieta, the Pity, the Descent from the Cross. I'm looking for a lifetime Michelangelo. From his thought to be lost original drawings for the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel ceiling. That doesn't sound expensive to you? Oh, and I want a first edition, printed by Pope Leo II. Beyond rare, beyond rare. All right, and here we go. And I'm going to tell you, I want you to think long term on this. Right now, we are living in an unusual time. About every 100 years, there's a major dip in the art market. You're living it right now. If you can afford it, and if you like it, and you know you're getting quality, buy it. Because it might be, you know, human life is 73, some say 78 years. An art market like this only happens once every 100 years. Wait a minute. Go to my computer. I'm going to be upset. Go to my computer. I found one that's damaged. This is damaged. It's water stained, it's creased, it's folded. There are markings on it. The paper is not perfect. Adamos, how much? Oh, and you're worried about bidding $100. And you're worried about bidding $100. I'm over $10,000 under bid. I am over $10,000. Yeah, it's the same thing. And it's damaged. It is water staining, it is creasing, it's been folded. Ours is mint. Mint. You see a difference in price there? I'm telling you guys, it's buyer's market. Going once, going twice. Sold.
Every line, every curve, every color, every breath held and every breath released. Art is created. Every moment spent in Berlin, creating this style. Every moment spent in Shanghai, mastering this style. Every moment of doubt, every moment of joy. Hours painting, years of creating. Harmony, peace, tranquility. With every collaboration, with every exhibition, his name grows.
Sold! California!
Sold it under my...
Sold
Sold at $41,000.
Sold at 63.
With every hammer drop and every piece sold, now is the time for cash.
Leonardo di Ser Piero da Vinci was born April 15, 1452. Passed away May 2nd, 1519. He is still considered, if not the, but one of the greatest geniuses of all time. And not a specialist in one section like physics or mathematics like Richard Feynman or Stephen Hawking. He was a true polymath. He was a great painter. He painted the Mona Lisa. He painted Salvator Mundi, the savior of the world, the most expensive work of art to ever sell at $450 million. $450 million for a painting by Leonardo da Vinci. He was a great draftsman, a master of the line. You saw the Vitruvian Man, a great engineer. His designs are still being used today. Oh, did you guys see the special? Okay, you know that Michelangelo, that Leonardo invented the tank, for fighting in battle? There's one thing they just discovered, that in the drawings, the blueprints for the tank, the battle tank, they needed to turn the turrets. It is the world's first diagram of ball bearings. He may have invented ball bearings. I think he did. He couldn't figure it out. How are we going to turn these cannons in this little tank? He said, well, we put them on spheres, on ball bearings. He invented ball bearings. He was a scientist, a theorist, a sculptor, and an architect. Now, we know that he was a master of anatomy, astronomy, botany, cartography, painting, paleontology, but we don't know a lot about him from his paintings. There's only 25 major works by him. There's a couple of unfinished works. There's another 15 that are attributed to him, but we don't know. That doesn't give us a lot of information. What we know about him is from his journals, his notebooks. Now, in his time, in the Renaissance, we're coming out of a dark age. He is the Renaissance man. The world there, they didn't recognize, and they lost so much knowledge that they didn't recognize any exclusion or any difference between the sciences and the arts. And I think Leonardo's studies in science and engineering are as impressive and as innovative as his artistic work. He invented the scissors, the automated bobbin winder. Do you like wearing clothes? Yeah. A machine for testing the strength of wire. You ever like crossing a bridge? Thank you, Leo. You ever been on a ship that needed a canal? The modern canal design is based upon the writings of Leonardo da Vinci. If you open a canal like on a lock and you open it like a guillotine, there's too much turbulence at the bottom. It'll wear it out in about a year or two. If you open it like a sliding glass door, like on a patio, it will fail. The pressure, when you crack that seal, the door always fails. He designed it like a chapel roof, with the peak of the chapel facing upstream. Very easy to crack open. Once it starts cracking open, if you put a little edge on there, it'll open by itself. The Panama Canal, Gatun Lake, you know how many horsepower it needs to open it? 45. When I was a cruise ship auctioneer, we did the Panama Canal. I did it 3 times, and I would go to every lecture because I am that much of a geek. I really did. And the fact that they referenced Leonardo da Vinci on a cruise, I was so pleased. 15 by 17. This is heretical. This, at the time when this was created, was punishable by death. I read a biography of Leonardo da Vinci, and there's a very famous scene where he's talking about doing cadaver studies to benefit humanity. And the Pope, being a very intelligent man, knew exactly what Leonardo da Vinci was talking about. They needed advancements in surgery and science to save lives. And the Pope knew that he was the most intelligent person on the planet. And so he said, with your permission, I would like to continue working in the morgue and doing my cadaver studies. Now, desecration of a corpse is heretical. So the Pope, on the side of the desk, took the key to the morgue, left it in the center of the desk, turned around and looked out the window. Didn't say a word. When he turned around, the key was gone. And Da Vinci said, "By your leave, your eminence." And he stood up and left the room. That is why we have this. I consider this one of the greatest documents in the history of science, and I'm going to prove it. Let's go to the certificate. This is actual size as issued. Skeletal Studies is one of the keystones. If you know a doctor, call him up right now. He would probably jump for joy to see this. The etching is in black ink on a thin laid paper, executed through the collaboration of Nicolas Poisson, remember this name, and Charles Erard from the design of Leonardo da Vinci. This is from the French edition. Conceived in the years 1490 to 1513 by Leonardo da Vinci. Da Vinci never made an engraving. Printed in Paris in 1716. It predates the English printing by 108 years, 108, 109, somewhere in there. Before we begin, go to my computer. What is the most expensive work of art in the history of all humanity? Leonardo da Vinci's The Savior of the World. Look at the painting on the orb. Every tendril of hair. Sold at auction for $450 million in November of 2017. It is the most expensive work of art in the history of humanity. That is why you should buy a first edition. First edition. Now, Leonardo da Vinci. Now, this is a very easy website to find. It's called treatiseonpainting.org. What's a treatise? What's a treatise on painting? We go to Wikipedia. A treatise on painting is a collection of Da Vinci's writings that are entered into his notebooks, 13,000 pages. Now, he would write them in restaurants. He would write them in the public bath. He would write them in the restroom. He would write them everywhere. And sometimes he would drop them or leave them on a restaurant table. There was his heir, his assistant, his pupil, Francesco Melzi, would pick them up and organize them by date. Some are quite mundane, grocery lists. Some are profound. A short version was published in France in 1651. Melzi's manuscript was rediscovered in the Vatican Library, published in its modern form in 1817. Go back to the cert. The Vatican published theirs in 1817. This was published 101 years earlier. Look at the bottom right, bottom, 1716. What? Go to my computer. The Vatican did not publish theirs until 1817, 101 years later. This is profound. The main aim of the treatise is to argue that painting is a science. And you can read the whole thing. It's not a hard read. It's not a hard read. And it has a website, treatiseonpainting.org. Easy to memorize. Treatiseonpainting.org. Treatiseonpainting.org. Introduction. Remember that name I told you to remember? The treatise on painting circulated widely. Artists, scientists, and scholars, including Nicolas Poisson and Galileo, read it avidly. What? Read it avidly. Galileo, to me, the greatest 3 words in the history of science, but it does. Nicolas Poisson, I'll show you about his art in a moment. So we go back, we look at the Libro de Pittura, the Vatican's documents. Those are never for sale. That is Leonardo's original manuscript by Francesco Melzi. In the second half of the synth, it became unavailable. Why did it become unavailable? It had cadaver studies in it, the dissection of human flesh. Why did it become, okay, so let's go to that. This website is called archive.org, Da Vinci on Painting. Archive.org, Da Vinci on Painting. I'm already in the back of the book. Now, this is the English version published in 1835. What's the very first illustration? Wait for it. Boom goes the dynamite. That is one of the most, if not the most important engraving in the history of medicine. What if you had one? What if you had one? A first printing from 1716 in Paris. Go back to the art. There it is right there. You're telling me that's $350 and a $400 frame. Guys, you're living in a time that is unparalleled in my lifetime. Let's go to my computer, archive.org, treatise on painting. Look at the year on this. Wrong one. I want to do this one. What is happening? Not enlarging. Oh, I know what to do. Hang on. What year is this? 1835. What year? Bottom right, 1835. 1835. We go all the way to the back. Oh, anything you read in this, it is an acknowledged fact that we perceive errors in the works of others more readily than in our own. A painter, therefore, ought to be well instructed in perspective and acquire a perfect knowledge of the dimensions of the human body. He should also be a good architect, at least as far as concerns the outward shape of buildings with their different parts. And where he is deficient, he ought not to neglect taking drawings from nature. It will be well also to have a looking glass by him when he paints, to look at his work in it, which being seen the contrary way will appear as the work of another hand, and he will better show his faults. It is also useful to quit his work often and take some relaxation, so that his judgment may be clearer at his return. For too great an application and sitting still is sometimes the cause of many gross errors. It holds true. Let's go to the back. What's the first one? The engraving that changed history. $350 going once. A rare Leonardo da Vinci going twice. Predating the English translation of 1835 by well over 100 years. What's the year on this? You're telling me that's $350. Printed 60 years before there was an America. You're telling me that's $350? Good on you, mate. I'll sell it. That clock runs out. Someone's about to win it. The website is called archive.org, treatise on painting. Go to the back. Let's look at the illustrations. Table of chapters. It's a good read. It's like the treatise on painting is like Sun Tzu and the Art of War, or Miyamoto Musashi's The Book of Five Rings, or the treatise, the Color Theory by Joseph Albers. No big words, not hard to read. It will stop your brain. I guarantee it. You can't read 4 pages. There it is, the first one. The first one. You're telling me that's $350. A 1716 Leonardo da Vinci in the treatise of painting. The first one. You're telling me $350 going once, $350 going twice. Look at the condition from 1716. That was done 60 years before there was an America. I believe it is the finest example you'll ever see in your life. And it is guaranteed authentic forever. Forever. To me, this show is mind-blowing. 375. And you get the frame. Do you love this show as much as I do? Okay. Go to my computer. Most expensive painting in the history of all humanity. $450 million. Who painted it? Who painted that? This guy. And I'm offering you a 1716 first edition of an engraving of the world's earliest human cadaver study, a scientific document that changed the history of the world. That was one of the greatest advances in all science. And that's 375. Go back to the art. Let's have a look at condition. I don't think we've ever sold one this low. All right, clock is up. I've got 400 going once. I've got 400 going twice. An all-time record low on a 1716, extremely rare Leonardo da Vinci. Yes, good afternoon, sir. Well, I'm looking for a very rare printing of Leonardo da Vinci's from the 1700s, early 1700s. Now, what a lovely frame. Now, the condition must be flawless. No foxing, no pinholes, no wormholes, no rust, no creasing. It can never be folded. And I'll give you $450. Sure you will. All right, and here we go. I got 4.5 going once. The all-time 20-year record low on this show. I got 4.5 now. If you know a doctor, give it to them. It'll blow their mind. Oh, and hold on. I almost forgot. I said I would do something, and I like to do it. Why was Nicholas Chaperon chosen by the Pope? Go to my computer. Anybody can find this. Just type his name. There's one of his engravings. We go right here, Nicholas Chaperon. He was a French painter, a draftsman, and engraver. But I want to show you one sentence right here. He painted this. If you can paint that, he also painted this. That one's in Dallas, and that one's in Houston. One sentence. Chaperon made a name for himself with his suite of engravings after the Raphael Loggia in the Vatican in Rome. Oh, and I'm sorry, you're right. No, I meant to say Nicolas Poisson. I'm on the wrong page. What a dumb bunny. I am a dumb bunny. There's Nicolas Poisson. Good thing Tony's here. I need adult supervision. I know. I was going to write to him. Oh, by the way, Nicolas Poisson painted this. Look at that. Yeah, that'd be me. I'm lucky I can drive home. I know go back to the art. I know I've told you this, Tony, but I consider it a good day if I can walk into a room and remember why I went in there. Cooking spaghetti, I will look at the cabinets and the fridge 4 times for something on the counter. That is the buy of the show. If you know a doctor, they will hug and kiss you if you give that to them. And the hammer's up and we're all done, all in, all fair, all square, and I sold it under the money now, way under the money. I am a collector of the art of Victor Vasarely. Why? Because he's brilliant. Victor Vasarely was born in Hungary in April of 1906. He had a very long life. He lived to be 91. He moved to France, moved to Paris. He is the grandfather, he is the leader, he is the founder of the op art movement. Op art, optical illusion. His great masterpiece, The Zebra, created in 1937, is one of the earliest examples of op art, optical illusion. He was born in Pest, and that merged with the city of Buda, and it became Budapest. And you can say Budapest, but it's Budapest. 1925, he studied at the Lorraine University. 1927, he gave up medicine. He was a med student. And he decided to learn traditional academic painting. Isn't that great? The center of modern art at that time, 1929, was the Bauhaus. So he really, because he was broke, he couldn't afford to study at the Bauhaus. So he would take part-time classes to study on graphic art, graphics, printing, and typography, studied letters. In 1930, he married a fellow student, Clara Spinner. They had 2 boys. And this is where it gets funny. To get work, now you got to remember, this is the 30s. War was coming. He got a job working for a ball bearing company in accounting. And then he got a job doing posters for advertising, just like Toulouse-Lautrec and just like Jules Charette. He transferred out of design and became a graphic designer, a poster artist in the 30s. In 1930, he left Hungary for Paris. And that's what great artists did then, and I'm pretty sure they do that now. He got a job with an advertising agency. He lived in a cheap hotel. And then war broke out. And he had to move to the outskirts of town. It's called Saint-Céré. I'm digressing here. When the war was over, he opened his own atelier on the Ile-de-France, the dead center of Paris. And in 1961, he bought a beautiful place on the River Seine. And for the rest of his life, he would do art, sculpture, prints, paintings using optical illusion. And they're fun. And he was classically trained. He worked in Cubism, Futurism, Expressionism, Symbolism, even Surrealism. Surrealist works are very, very rare. But I would say that the years from the 70s and the 80s, I think were really his strongest periods. This is classic. One of my favorites, and I was lucky enough to see this, go to my computer at the New York City Art Expo in the 80s. I knew I should have bought it. Right now, the Supernova is at the Tate Modern in London. I kept going, I should buy that, but I didn't have the money. That's okay. You're not an art collector unless you have the story of the one that got away. That's his museum. How perfect. Let's go back to the art. In 1970, he opened his first dedicated museum with over 500 works of art in a former Renaissance palace. Go to my computer in the Aegean here. There at the top. Isn't that beautiful? I would love to go there. I've never been there, of course. Sorry. I love play. Go back to the art. I'm sorry. Sorry. Focus on Vasarely. Now, that closed in 1996. He's so beloved by the nation of France that the Vasarely Foundation was opened in Provence. It was inaugurated by the French president at that time, Georges Pompidou. Yes, you've heard of the Pompidou Center. And he still has huge works of art in the Pompidou Center in Paris. And I went there with my friend John Ward and my sweetie. There is the second Vasarely Museum in Budapest, where he grew up, and they have more than 400 original paintings. One of my favorite trivias about him is that when David Bowie did his second album, titled David Bowie, 1969, there's a Vasarely painting in the background. David Bowie was a collector. And he's had, oh my goodness, shows around the world. To me, I think he won the gold medal of Italy. It's called the Milan Triennial. He won the gold medal of Italy. In America, our highest award is the Guggenheim Prize. He won that. And he won the Art Critics Prize in 1970. But to me, the greatest one of all, go to my computer. The President of France awarded him the Legion of Honor. Isn't that wonderful? He attained a knighthood. He attained a knighthood. Very few artists have ever been given the Legion of Honor by the President of France. You must be truly great. Let's go back to the art. Now, this is valuable. And I do want to go back to, sorry about this. Go to my computer. In Provence is the Vasarely Museum. And I want to go there. Isn't that perfect? I mean, your whole museum is like a work of art. In a way, it's like the Dali Museum in St. Petersburg, Florida. And I, Ray Taylor, am a collector of Victor Vasarely. I'm a big fan. Oh, it's worth a lot more than that. His prices are so strong. Custom framing on this all the way. That is going to be 17 by 23. But let's come down here on the bottom. There are some very fascinating annotations. But before we do that, let's go to the cert. The Cosmos. In Hungarian, they say Savang. The original serigraph. What is a serigraph? It is a silk-screened print in color with the studio blind stamp, hand-signed by the artist and the 3 cosmonauts in the lower margin. The price just went up. $500 in the world. For the 1982 UNESCO space mission, it is not rare, it is extremely rare. It is safe to say this is a signature piece. It is the only time in my life I've ever seen one. I've read about it. If you want a home run, if you want something beyond rare with truly historical value, I just feel so lucky to be around works of art like this, just to see them. I know I'll never own something like this, but my goodness. Now, in 1982, this is peace, and I love peace. It's dumb to say, but in 1982, UNESCO ventured into space. In July of 1982, there was a joint Soviet and French joint mission called the Soyuz T6, and they went to the space station. Now, are you ready for this? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I didn't know this. Oh, the price just went up. I'll print this for you. Go to my computer, UNESCO.org, UNESCO.org. It's on the cover. 100 examples of the serograph created for UNESCO by Victor Vasarely. I think this went into space because it's signed. Only 100 were signed, and those are the ones that went into space. If this went into space, we're talking some serious money here. Because look at this. Oops, sorry. I'm going to enlarge it. The crew brought copies of the UNESCO Courier in limited edition into orbit. These are the guys in the picture that signed it. Holy mackerel. How do I get rid of that? It carried a crew that included Jean-Luc Chrétien, the first Frenchman in space. Orban Huchet collected this. I think this is worth some serious money. Anything that has been into space, the prices of these things have been going up. Holy mackerel. Oh my goodness. I think we have something truly rare. I think we have something really, really valuable. Now, if I can find the signature of Jean-Luc, Luc means wolf, John the Wolf, Chrétien. Let's go back to the art. I'm getting goosebumps. It was actually on the cover. This is the art. Oh, look. Can we have a close-up on that? Right there. I think this went into space. That's the stamp. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. Let's look at the signature over here. There it is. There it is. I found it. Not this one. That's the signature of Jean-Luc Chrétien. This went into space. I'm looking for 15,000. Only 100 of these. Number 47. It's the first 100. This went into space. This went to the space station. 1 through 100 went up into space. I'll print it out for you. And then on the bottom right here. Victor Vasarely signed it. And Jean-Luc Chrétien signed this. No, this is seriously valuable. I'll buy it. That is going to be 16 by 23. 16 by 23. Condition of the document is flawless, but it's one of the first 100. There were 500 printed. The first 100 went to the space station. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. I'll take it. I'll buy it. I want this. The first 100, I'll print that all out for you. There were 500 printed. This is signed, go to my computer, by John the Wolf, Luc Chrétien, the first Frenchman in space. I want this. I want this. I want this. This is beyond. Those are the picture of the guys. Now, the UNESCO Courier and limited edition art went into orbit. Let's have a look at it. The Courier in space. Oh, there it is. No, this is not 1700. Are you kidding me? There were 500 printed. The first 100 went into space. The first 1 through 100 went into space. Let's go back to the cert. What's the edition number? Number 47. Signed by the artist and the 3 cosmonauts. That is Jean-Luc Chrétien, France's first astronaut. No, there's no 1800 here. There are 18,000. I think I'm looking at the most valuable Vasarely I've ever seen. All right, let's go back to the art. This show is amazing. Isn't it fun? Isn't it just nice to see something where the average person can just get can just get a darn good deal. You know, I just like that. Now, without cosmonaut signatures, go to my computer. The record for a pencil-signed print. We're not going to do paintings, prints. Paintings are very valuable. This print, $108,000. Pencil-signed print, $108,000. But it's not signed by astronauts. This print, right here, how much? $48,000. So you'd add 28% to that. Let's go back to the art. No. We've made a boo-boo. Would you sell it for $10,000? I wouldn't. Oh my goodness. You know what? I'm happy. This is the best. This really is the best. All right. Let's go down to the bottom line. The one in the center, Jean-Luc Chrétien. I guarantee that's authentic. The first 100 were signed and went into space. Then in the far bottom right is a signed Victor Vasarely. I collect Vasarely. Oh, I have one. Well, that makes me a collector. I collect Vasarely. I have one. And no, we don't have another one. And no, I'm not going to be able to go back to Paris and get you another one. And no, I don't think you'll ever sign a quadruple signed. The 3 cosmonauts, including France's first astronaut. I'm going to print all that out. Hang on, I got to go to the printer. Go to my computer. There it is on the cover. And then we go right here. 100 examples were sent into space. The career in space refers to an exceptional event. French and Soviet cosmonauts flying in a Soyuz T-6 have taken with them into space a specimen cover of the issue, together with 100 examples of the serograph. There were 500 that were printed. The first 100 went into space. I love it. I love this. Wow. Okay, I'm going to print this. Go back to the art. I'm going to print this. And I'm going to print the other data as well. And no, we don't have another one. No, we don't have another one. Oh, yeah, could you run back to Paris and go to... No. Oh, yeah, and I'd like it in mint condition, if that's... mint. It has to be mint. You know what? We're lucky. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. Orban Huchet was a great man. And he was kind and generous and a decent human being. Go to my computer. I met him in 1997 at an art auction. I didn't know he would change my life forever. In 2005, I think it was, he said, you know, I have a collection of art in Paris. Would you be interested? And we said, yes. Tony was there. And then after about 10 years, this was, 20 years and 3, he said, well, the warehouse is empty. And we thought we were done. And I thought, well, I got to look for a job. I don't know what I'm going to do. He said, there's a second warehouse. Would you be interested? I about fell over. Turns out he'd been holding out on us. Now we're on the third and final warehouse. When he passed away, I thought, well, I don't know what I'm going to do. And then his wife Ruth called and said, you know, there's a third warehouse. We've been saving the very best for last. Now, he left her a lot of money. She's retired in Florida, elegant. The kids are all going to college. The grandkids are all everything. So this is just a stream of income. We do pay her a commission at auction. So it's a win-win for everybody. His legacy lives on. Let's go back to the art. Now, we will never get another one of these. You know, it's things like this that just warm my heart. That we can just bring them to you. Go to my computer. Is this the best? There's John. France's first astronaut. Well, you could call him a cosmonaut. He was a fighter pilot. Retired at the rank of general. Total space. Oh, does that mean a walk in space? EVA? What's an EVA? Yes, where you walk in space. 5 hours, nearly 6 hours. Okay, this guy's cool. Brigadier General. The first Frenchman and the first Western European in space. Okay. No, you should bid on this. I will print all of this. Wow, a Frenchman who became a hero of the Soviet Union? What? Not a knighthood, not an officer. He was awarded the commander of Legion of Honor, en chevalier. A commander. This is the first time we've ever had a commander of the Legion of Honor on the show. Wow. The only thing higher than commander was eagle. There was only one eagle. It was Napoleon. Whatever you think your bidding is high, it ain't. I'm going to print all of this. Whatever you think, go back to the art. Whatever high bidding you think there is no high bidding. Oh, a commander. Commander. Oh, wow. Holy mackerel. I would have this. I would own this with pride. They made him an honorary citizen of Kazakhstan. A knighthood and commander. See, it goes a knighthood, then it goes officer of the Legion of Honor. The ultimate is commander. There are very few commanders. The only thing higher than commander is eagle. There was one eagle. It was Napoleon. Yeah, dude. All right, we're going to bid it out. Take a good look. John the Wolf. Loop. Go to my computer. Wow. And this is the coolest of the cool. 5 hours, 57 minutes, walking in space. And here it is right here. Commander of the Legion of Honor. Order of the Red Banner. What? The Order of Lenin. Because it was the hero. This is big. All right, let's go back. I've got 43, now let's get a bit of 4. I got 43, now going once. I got 43, now going twice. All in, all done, all fair, all square in 5, 4, 3. Thank you for letting me auction that off.
Going once, going twice. Any further advance? Sold.
Swirling waves of monochromatic patterns spill onto canvas and walls alike in the hands of Kev.
Die Linien, die male ich nie gerade oder nie mit Ecken, weil alles muss im Flow sein und das kommt eher so, also die Inspiration kommt mehr aus der Natur, weil dort ist alles sehr harmonisch und alles fließt ineinander und deswegen this is very harmonious for me and somehow it makes me calm to paint this. I don't paint them straight or I don't paint edges because it's somehow disturbing in my mind, so I keep it very much in the flow and this is very important for me.
Born in Germany, Kev came up in the street art scene of the early 2000s, creating large-scale pattern paintings and murals. Starting with graffiti when he was 14, he decided to make art more seriously in his early 20s and left Germany for London in 2013. Commissioned by retailer Urban Outfitters, Kev designed the interiors for stores from London to Berlin.
With Urban Outfitters, they invited me to paint and I could do just what I want to do there on their walls. It was good. It really pushed my confidence even more to do just my thing, and after this project was finished, I just continued my work. I was invited to a project in Dali, the city, and there's a big lake, it's called Erhai Lake. There are water tanks to clean the water, and I could paint one of those tanks. I can't even imagine, as this is just in me, like, you know, it's in my blood somehow to do this.
Seeing his work as hypnotic, harmonious, and peaceful, there is an underlying spiritual element to Kev's art. It is no surprise that his artwork comes directly from his soul and is deeply inspired by nature and Buddhist philosophy.
I remember the very first day I met Simon Keff, traveling all day, on my feet all day. I get a phone call. I had no idea what was in store for me. I sat down and looked at your art, and I thought they were reduced photomechanical giclée. And then you said they were originals with a varnish coat. You saw me put my nose on there, and I went, I can't believe it. And then the very next day when I met him at the Paris Salon, it reaffirmed everything I already knew. I think you have it. Whatever it is, you have it. Bear witness to a moment in history. I remember being quite pleasantly surprised when I found out that Mitch broke my Keff auction record.
I genuinely believe in 5 to 10 years' time, we're gonna look back and this is just the beginning of where Keff is headed.
Sold! Sold!
Sold for $29,000.
Sold at $41,000.
Sold at $63,000. A new.
I can't think of a single artist that's taken off as fast in as short a period of time as Keff.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Keff is the hottest artist in the world right now. And by that, what I mean by that is that exploding in his fame exponentially. Wherever he goes, it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. From hand painting the first electric Porsche, you can't say Porsche, I called them, the Taycan, which went from $135,000 to $250,000 because he hand painted it, to the 7 Series BMW, the black that he did the gold metal flake trim on, beautiful. I'll show you pictures. From going to Italy and having sellout shows, to going to Berlin, from going to Paris. Tony and I have had him on the show how many times now? 4 or 5? 5 or 6. He was just here.
Pedro wanted to paint my.
You should have let him.
No.
Tell him he can paint my caddy. Anyhow. Everywhere he goes, he just toured China. And the last time I had dinner with him, a few months ago, he said, I said, how'd it go in China? He goes, I could move there. I have 5 years of commission work that I could just work there for 5 years. And he's been doing perfume and merchandise, and he's been in the Chinese newspapers. It's just everywhere he goes. And I'll tell you why. Because he's such a kind, decent human being. He's that rare breed. And you know, we're lucky, and I see that as a pattern in artists. You know who was like that? Orban Huchet. And just last week,
300.
Pedro Ortiz Munoz. The more he talked, Tony and I both agreed, what a decent fellow. And
I was blown away with this grasp of art theory,
right,
and just history of art, and just
right,
everything about it.
Yeah. This is beautiful. That is going to be approximately 17 inches in diameter.
We're bidding on number one, guys.
Yeah.
Bidding on number one.
And if you follow the pattern, you can see that this was not pressed into a mold. It was hand thrown on a potter's wheel. The quality on this, artist proof number one, the one in France does look like a tent. It does look like... it is brand new. It is hand thrown on a potter's wheel. It is not an industrial pressed. And let me see if I can do this without making a boo-boo. Yeah, I guess I can. If we could come top center. Wait, let me line that up. There we go. About 2 o'clock, right there. We have the stamp of the Morandi Studio in Sassuolo, Italy. And that, of course, is all embossed stamp, and it's pressed into the glaze and into the actual pottery itself. Once again, I would like to reaffirm, this is not a factory production item, hand thrown on the potter's wheel. Now, we are looking at artist proof number one. Number one. And yes, it does matter. People are funny that way. I worked in an art gallery called Images International for 12 years, and we would talk to people, and they'd say, "Oh, you have a limited edition print?" And I'd say, "Yes." Would you like this print? It's 1,800, or the artist proof, which is 2,000. Oh, we'll take the artist proof. Well, I have artist proof number one, which is 2,500. Oh, we'll take number one. And it's just human nature. It is just human nature. And I know you told me last week, but what's retail on this? 48 or 4,800? That's regular edition. And again, you can see right there, you can see where the potter started with their finger in the center of the wheel. Do you see that little dot right there? Right there. You see that little dot? That's a finger. That's a finger pressing. That is where a potter will put their finger and then pull outward to make a plate or a charger. What's a charger? It's a giant fancy plate that you put the other plates on. It's the bottom plate. Okay, you start with a salad. You start with an appetizer. Then you have the salad course. Then you have the entree. They'll put a plate upon a big plate. It's called a charger. But look at that. You can see the place right there where the potter put his finger to pull outward on the potter's wheel. That human touch I love so much. Let's go to the certificate. Lotus from the Shadow Sea, number 5 in a series. This is an original earthenware charger with decoration in color under the glaze. Artist proof number one. Number one. And you know how people are. At $4,800. Without a doubt, the hottest artist in the world today is Simon Keff, Semerolin. Whether it's the design that he did for the first all-electric Porsche, the Taycan, yes, they chose him, to being the official artist of World Cup soccer, his art, he designed the artistic goalpost for World Cup soccer. It was seen by 5 billion people. But without a doubt, he is the hottest artist in the world right now. He's a German street artist who was born in 1989. Today we simply call him Keff. It means scar. Well, when you think about it, if you do graffiti on a public building, that is kind of like a scar on the building. And it's good, like I said earlier, a good piratey name, a good street art. You want something, a little dashing there. He was born in Übach-Pallenberg in Germany in 1989, but he moved to London in 2013. Why? And if you've watched this show, why do we have so much art from London? It is the epicenter of the world's most important art movement, the art movement of our day. urban art, street art, graffiti art, whatever you want to call it. He moved to London in 2013 to immerse himself in that city's booming street art scene. It would be like Renoir or Toulouse-Lautrec moving to Montmartre to be part of the post-impressionist or the impressionist era. He's currently based in Berlin. He's been traveling Singapore, Taiwan. I don't know where he is right now. I know he did tour Italy. He is thriving. He looks at his art, and great art is always an extension of the artist. He says, I look at my art as an indelible mark. It's left not only on the surface that I paint, but on the minds of those who view it. Because he approaches art with a sense of balance and harmony. He said, obviously, and he'll say it over and over again, I am influenced by the spirit and flow of Buddhism, of nature and freedom. What he has done, and the artists that stand the test of time, transcend the movement. His work transcends traditional graffiti. It has brought him into 2 museums. He has these swirling lines, these organic waves. They energize, they enliven, they harmonize space. It's a very beautiful line, and he mixes it with color. He's been doing both interior and exterior art for the public. He's been doing private commissions, the House in Berlin, Park Lane Hotel in Hong Kong, the Commerce Building of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. He's done murals in the United States, in a town I love, Dali, China. England, France, Germany, Guatemala, Israel, Spain, Wales. It really began, I think the breakthrough moment was when he was commissioned by the great retailer, Urban Outfitters, to design the interior of their stores in London. And from there, it went to Berlin. Then their stores in Stuttgart, then to Hong Kong. From his museum work to the celebrity that he attracts, this is just the beginning of his career. But I want to end this with a quote by him. He said, for me, the most important aspect of my work is that people just enjoy looking at it. To me, the joy of painting is absolute freedom. I can express what I think the whole world needs, and that's harmony. We see that over and over again. Mark my words, acquire a kef. And I've never, if you've watched this show for 18 years, I've only said this about one artist. Think about getting more than one. Well, like I said, I like to be accurate. And one of the things I like to be accurate about is what I said about him in China and how he can go anywhere. Now, he just posted this. You can be a friend with him on Facebook. Let's go to my computer. He just posted this. Let's go back to the art. Go to my computer. Do you see the painting on the left? That sold at auction at $61,000. The $100,000 Kef painting, because look at the circle of friends he now hangs around with.
All right, Ray,
yeah, we got to move.
Here.
All right.
Speed up here. Let me jump in here.
Go ahead.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's what we're doing. Let's go back to the
Back to the art.
Back to the art, please. Here's what I'm going to do. We are bidding on artist proof number 1. Number 1. 1 of 20. What I'm going to do for the winning bidder on artist proof number 1, include it in your winning bid. You can have the option to get it framed, just like you see the sample there next to it on the left. No extra charge for artist proof number 1 to get it framed. Winning bidder, your winning bid includes the option of getting it framed. If you don't want it framed, you don't have to get it framed. But you don't have to pay extra for the framing. That's what I'm doing for artist proof number 1. Give me one last minute on the clock. We're bidding this out. I've got a couple more major lots to get to. I've got, what, $1,200. I am including the framing option if you like it framed. You don't, $1,400. Thank you, Jenny, for your bid. You do not have to get it framed, but if you want it framed, the winning bid on number 1 and number 1 only will include the framing if you want that option. $1,500. Thank you, Armando. I've got 1,530 seconds left on the clock. So you're saving, if you do want it framed, that's usually a $250 charge. I am waiving that charge if number 1 winning bidder on the number 1 artist proof wants it framed. Very simple. $1,600 with Karen's bidder. Thank you. I've got 15 seconds. I'm going to go ahead and say last call. Get your bids in, ladies and gentlemen. We got last call at $1,600. Make sure, my phone reps, make sure you ask your winning bidder, if they are the winning bidder on number 1, would they like it framed at no additional charge? Once again, if you just want to have it displayed 3D like it is on the stand, you don't have to get it framed. $1,700. I got $1,700 going once. Last call, guys. I've got $1,700. Look, 18. Thank you for your bid. I got 18 looking for 19. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm including the framing on number 1 if you would like the frame. I've got $1,800 going once. I've got $1,800 going twice. Thank you, Karen. I'll take a backup bidder. Now, if you're the underbidder and you're interested, you like this, I'm going to have other options for the other numbers in the addition. Please stay on the phone if you're interested in collecting another number from the artist proof edition. I've got $1,900. 19 looking for 2. I got $1,900 looking for 2. I've got a $1,900 bid on artist proof number 1. I got 19. Jenny's out. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're interested in one of the other numbers, please stay on the phone with your rep. I will get to that in 1 second as soon as I close the bid on artist proof number 1. No. We never have buyer's premium on a buy it now, Karen. How long have you been with me? How long have you been with me, Karen? Yeah, well, I can't speak on what Mr. English does. I've got $1,900 going once. I've got $1,900 going twice. Am I all fair? Okay, find out if Armando's customer would like it framed or not. There's a caveat to that I would like to know if they're getting it framed or not. $1,900 going once. And you know what? I'm also going to waive the buyer's premium on number 1. There is no buyer's premium on the winning bid on artist proof number 1. All right? Are we all fair? I have a call coming out. Give them a second. But okay. It is sold for $1,900. No buyer's premium. Also, what I'm going to do for that winning bidder, because I'm in such a generous mood, I'm going to let them have it for $1,700. Since they didn't take the framing, I'm going to give them a discount there. Armando's customer, your winning bidder, you got it for $1,700. No buyer's premium. Artist proof number 1. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we get to the big league. Karen, you already took one, right? Are you getting it framed or unframed? Okay, I'm just curious. No reason, just asking. I'm a nosy person. All right, so here's what we got for the rest of you guys. I have 5 other examples. There's 20 in the edition. Number 1 is sold. I had 5 other examples. Karen's caller, the backup bidder on number 1, actually already took one at $995, no buyer's premium, unframed. So 1 is gone. I only have 4 opportunities here. You can pick and go unframed for $995, no buyer's premium, Or you can add $250 to that if you want it framed, like the sample there, framed. I highly recommend that framing because, guys, that is a 6. Why do I say it's a 6? Number one, it weighs about 30 pounds. It's got 2 really thick pieces of plexiglass on both sides. And I don't think everybody understands. Go ahead and give me a 3-minute clock on the buy it now, please. Thank you for putting those prices up there for me. I don't think people understand how hard it is to mount a charger and the special framing technique it takes to mount that charger in that frame like that. That would be an easy $600 frame in a retail framing environment, to have something mounted like that, double plexiglass, and I'm not making this up. If you're gonna get it framed, you wanna hang that professionally. It weighs about 25 pounds. You do not want it falling off the wall. Not one little thumbtack and try to hang it on a little thumbtack. Make sure you get a professional mount and hang it correctly. So once again, I only have 4 opportunities. Thank you, Bev, I'm down to 3. You just let Kim know if they want it framed or not. That's fine. Once again, $9.95 unframed, $12.45 with the frame. I have 3 more opportunities here. We've got about 2 minutes left on the clock. How exciting is this? It's getting late here on the fine art auction, and we're getting delusional, and we're running out of gas, people. So we're throwing it against the wall to see what sticks. And I'm glad everybody's still watching. We had a nice little flurry of phone calls on the Kef, and that's not unusual for Kef. He's a pretty popular guy around here. Once again, I don't know. Ray, how many artists have we had on this show over the years? And I've never seen anybody take off like him. It's never been that.
He is the superstar.
Sarah Wall was close. I mean, if she would have stayed around longer, she got signed,
Well, she got the big.
She got the big bucks.
She got the big contract.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you got about 1 minute and 20 seconds left on that. I've got 3 available still. Actually, now I'm down to 2 available. 2. If you're on the phone and you already claimed your spot, you're good to go. I have 2 more opportunities there for the next 2 callers. Once again, I will repeat, $9.95 unframed. The one on the right, that is the one you're purchasing. The one on the left is just a sample so you can see what it looks like framed. And they're wonderful framed. And I'll give all the credit to, I know I had somebody mention Mr. English here a minute ago. He was the one that brought that to us and wanted to, now I see his vision, and they're very cool framed. I collect a lot of 3D, what I call 3D art. I love sculptures and ceramics and stuff like that. I have tons of shelves. Every shelf, every stand, every windowsill in my house has sculptures or 3D art all over the place. I love collecting sculptures. I have 10 Navarros in my collection. I have tons of 3D art. But once again, if you want it framed, $12.45, unframed, $9.95. Give me a shot of both of them together again. You are actually purchasing the one on the right, the one on the lazy suit. There you go. That's the one you are purchasing. And I have 2 more opportunities left. Mike, are you taking one? Mike. Okay, I'm down to 1, guys. I'm down to 1. I've got a hand-signed Salvador Dali from one of the coolest portfolios he ever did, Much Ado About Shakespeare. That's coming up next. And we're going to end the show with the number 2 most desirable Jean-Michel Basquiat ever, Wolf Sausage. King Alfonso is definitely number 1. That's why they call him the king, King Alfonso. But Wolf Sausage, make no mistake, that is a very famous Basquiat image, and we have the lifetime lithograph coming up. Hand-signed Dali on deck from Much Ado About Shakespeare. Basquiat to end the show. I have 1 more opportunity on the Kef. We're going to go ahead and move on. Quentin, if you could please, could you please run the Salvador Dali video for us, if you could get that together real quick? I know I put you on the spot there. Didn't mean to put you on the spot, but we're going to go ahead and move on. As soon as you're ready, Quentin, with the video, go ahead and run it, please.
Salvador Dali is among the most versatile and prolific artists of the 20th century, and of course, the most famous surrealist. Though chiefly remembered for his painterly output over the course of his long career, he successfully turned to sculpture, printmaking, fashion, advertising, writing, and perhaps most famously, filmmaking.
If you go to the Dali Museum in Spain, you'll see a painting called Leda Atomica. There's no brushstrokes. It looks ethereal, doesn't even look real. He would paint with one eyelash, and he would build his own brushes.
Dali was renowned for his flamboyant personality and the role of a mysterious provocateur as much as he was for his undeniable technical virtuosity. In 1926, Dali took a life-changing trip to Paris. He visited Pablo Picasso in his studio and found great inspiration in what the Cubist was doing. He began studying the psychoanalytical concepts of Freud and consequently began using psychoanalytic methods of mining the subconscious to generate imagery. His first serious work of this style was Apparatus in Hand of 1927.
Dali was known for having an extraordinary ego. He truly believed he was destined to be the greatest artist who ever lived.
In 1929, Dali met the French Surrealist poet Paul Eluard and his wife Gala. Soon after this original meeting, Dali moved to Paris and was invited by André Breton to join the Surrealists for the next several years.
He also collapsed in this kind of sadness and melancholy of later kind of modern school.
I see. So that really you feel that surrealism, having started when you were with it as very gay, has now sunk into melancholy and despair, and that you alone remain as a true representative of it.
Absolutely.
Tony! As you know, one of my great loves is economics. I try to learn everything, not everything, but something every day. And as you know, I'm an ardent follower of John Maynard Keynes. He's called the father of modern macroeconomics. A good introduction to him would be on Wikipedia, John Maynard Keynes. And that's been your homework assignment. Have you been doing your homework? But the pattern that I'm seeing is that art goes in economics, business goes in cycles. And we're seeing some very interesting economic cycles in, well, America right now. And I don't think I'm the only one who's observing this. But the point that I'm trying to make is that there is a theory in economics called contrarianism. When prices are dropping, maybe it's a good time to buy. It applies to the stock market primarily, but I think in this case, it applies to the art market. But the contrarian thing that I'm seeing about Salvador Dali is that at other galleries, not ours, Dali prices have been exploding. They've been going from the hundreds to 10,000, 15,000, 25,000. And I'll give you examples, and you can find it. This is beautiful. That is going to be 26 by 30. It is inspired by one of William Shakespeare's earliest comedies, written in about 1555 during the time of Elizabeth I. And it tells the story of three young noblemen who vow to study and learn and exercise and go on a diet and stay away from girls. Yeah, it's good in theory. They're gonna swear off girls. That's what they're gonna do. About 38 on the diagonal. But what I love about this so much is come in on the close-up. It is mint, flawless, brand new, exquisite. The quality, the bright white of the paper. We've seen these plumes. And in my opinion, that if we look very closely right down here at the tip, I think this is the writing instrument of William Shakespeare, because it does appear to be a pen, a quill, if you will. And I think it's a reference to William Shakespeare. It is a phenomenal document with, of course, the Pyrenees Mountains in the background, the signature quite large and pronounced. It is Love's Labours Lost. Let's go to the certificate. Now, this really is quite valuable. Love's Labours Lost. Now, you know, it's about 1225 here in Atlanta. We are saving the very best for last. Much Ado About Shakespeare, the portfolio, which is in the Dali Museum, all three of them. Mitchler Lopsinger, Albert Field Catalog, 1971. I'm sorry, 71-1H, my bad. Original etching in color on BFK Rives paper, hand-signed, numbered, an example of 250 from Atelier Régal in Paris in 1970. This is really prime territory for the Salvador Dali collector and aficionado like me. I'm a collector. I'm an aficionado, but no, I'm a Dali nut. I just am. You know why? Because for all of his monkey business and drama and theatricality, he backs it up with skill. Love's Labours Lost. It is one of his early comedies. It was designed to be performed before Queen Elizabeth I. Now, the King of Navarre and his 3 young fellow companions, they swear off women for 3 years to focus on study, losing weight, and exercising. Yeah, that could be good.
The idea for that episode of Seinfeld. Remember when George swore off women and he became a super genius? All of a sudden he was figuring out mathematical equations.
I always like when Kramer walks in, puts his money on the table and says, "I'm out." So, of course, all 3 of them go visit Queen Elizabeth, and they fall in love with the princesses, the Princess of France, and all the ladies, and it makes them forsworn. That means they've already broken their oath. They didn't make it a year. I quote, "The play draws upon themes of masculine love and desire, reckoning and rationalization, reality versus fantasy." Yeah, college-age guys, they're going to exercise, lose weight, study for college, and swear off women. Yeah, so it's a comedy. It is a comedy. It's very sophisticated. It's got a lot of humor. It's a bit absurd. It is absurd. And that is why it attracted the attention of Salvador Dali. Now, there's one character, if you do read it, study Don Adriano de Amado, a fantastical Spaniard. I'm trying to find a couple of quotes from Don Adriano de Amado. He's a bit surreal. I think that may. In any event, sorry about this. Oh no! When you study, I mean, when it is pencil signed. When we start to really do just a cursory glance, go to my computer. When I'm studying Salvador Dali prices, unsigned prints. Go back to the art because I'm gonna get a pop-up ad. Yep, I sure did. I got a pop-up ad. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, go to my computer. For example, we sold this on the show for $600 about 10 years ago. Look at the price now. But that is pencil signed. Half off of $25,000. It's called The Old Hippie. It's a good work of art, similar in size, composition, format, signature, everything. $12,500. The title is The Old Hippie. And why was that part of Dali's life? In the 70s, long-haired musicians used to come to Salvador Dali's house, and they would play outside the courtyard walls, and they'd play music on their guitars. And Dali would look at them and go, they're quite surreal. They're playing rock and roll, which he'd never heard. He loved Spanish classical, and he loved opera. He let them in, and they'd hang around the pool, and they'd drink beer and smoke funny cigarettes, and then they'd go home. So one of them was old, and so it called The Old Hippie. And you can read all about that in Salvador Dali's diary called The Secret Life of Salvador Dali. Let's go back to the art. Back to my computer. Here's one more indicator. Just his autograph. You get no art. That's all you get, an autograph. Let's go back to the art. And again, it does tie into, now this is a museum piece. I was there. I was at the Dali Museum in Figueres, Spain. It's a beautiful, easy day trip outside of Barcelona, and I recommend Barcelona. They have a beautiful beach. They have the Moreau Museum, the Picasso Museum, and about an hour and a half drive north, you can any hotel can hook you up. The concierge can put you on a bus tour. You can look on your phone and get on the bus tour. You can rent a car. The car rental counter at the airport, they spoke beautiful English. I thought the rate was way cheaper than America. We got a beautiful, beautiful car, brand new. And we drove there in about an hour and a half. You take one road and take a right when you see the sign. It's so easy. But now you have GPS. But I was there, I was at the museum, and I saw this entire portfolio. All right, here we go. I mean, I'm seeing the prices change so quickly. They brought it back up. Go to my computer. This is my dream image of Salvador Dali. This is the one I want, but I don't have $32,000. Wow. That's my dream. I would love to own that. But I'm not going to buy it, and that's fine. You're not an art collector unless you got the one. Look at the price, though. Last year was $14,000. The year before that it was $7,000. I thought, maybe it'll come down. Nope. $32,000. It's crazy. Go back to the art. Thank you. Sorry about that. I'm just seeing it across the board. Go to my computer. Lithograph, $28,000, but it is signed. It is signed. $28,000. I'm just seeing this pattern, 1979. That's good, 1970s. Ours is 1970. It's $28,000. Let's go back to the art. Now this one, I'm only going to show half of it. Go to my computer because it's very erotic. And you can look it up. I can email it to you, but it's very erotic anyhow. Because it is Venus. It's $24,000 now. I've got $1,200. I think you should bid on this. I'm witnessing changing in front of my eyes. Let's go back to the art. Here's another one. Go to my computer. It is signed. And I think they have it titled, I don't know if they have it titled wrong. I think it's Don Cervantes. But they call it Crazy Horse. I don't know. I think that's Don Cervantes, Man of La Mancha, because he has a shield. but they call it Crazy Horse. Look at these prices, though, but it's pencil signed. Let's go back to the art. Now, if you do know, and you know for sure, I'll say it on the air, but I believe the quill is a reference to Shakespeare. Go to my computer. I can do this. I've got a whole bunch of these. Pencil signed. 24,000. But it's hand signed. Let's go back to the art. I think you need to bid on this. And I like this one. Go to my computer. It's not my favorite. But if you see how it was made, Salvador Dali actually pressed a dead octopus into the matrix. $23,000. Not my favorite. Now, I know there's somebody out there going, oh, I love it. To me, it's okay. But 23, I'm just seeing this across the board. All right, let's go back to the art. I've got 1,500 going once. I've got 1,500, not 15,000. In a serious $800 frame. All day long, an $800 frame. An homage to Shakespeare. Let's go to the certificate. We're about to wrap this up. An homage to Shakespeare. Love's Labor's Lost, a comedy. 3 guys vow to lose weight, exercise, study hard in college, and stay away from girls. That's why it's a comedy. Much Ado About Shakespeare. The original etching is on BFK Rives wove paper, hand-signed, numbered. Example number 223 of 250, Atelier Regal, 1970. That's good. That really is good. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If you want a home run, it is right here. All right, and here we go. I've got 15 now. I was going to bid 16. Free money. We are giving money away. I've got 15 now going once. I've got 15 now going twice. And again, I'm just seeing this pattern. Go to my computer. Even works of art that are in rough shape, I would not consider this mint. 19,500. That's it's happening. Let's go back to the art. $100 bid could win it. $100 bid could win it. And this one still bothers me. Go to my computer, because Tony, we had this on the show, and Tony really liked it. Do you see the two faces? The two faces looking at each other? Tony kept saying, I should buy it, I should buy it. We put it up and we sold it at auction for about $900 before the pandemic. A year ago, 1 year ago, it was $13,000. Let's go back to the art. Underbid. You're doing well. The homage to Shakespeare. I thought you were buying everybody in a special treat and snacks. God. All right, and here we go. Hammers up and I'm all done. Yeah, thank you. That's so nice. Always Mr. Warmth.
All right, we're all fit.
And the hammer's up and we're all done, all in, all fair, all square, and I sold it under the money now, way under the money. Basquiat was born in Park Slope, Brooklyn on December 22nd, 1960. His father was an accountant, originally from Haiti. He loved jazz and tennis. And Basquiat's mother was from Puerto Rico. Now, she was very exotic. She was very cultivated. She spoke French and Spanish and English and made it a point to take her boy to theaters and museums. And by the time he was 4, his mother says he was drawing every day. But in Brooklyn, he ran out in front of a car, and a car hit him, and he had to have an operation. His spleen was removed. So when he was hospitalized, his mother gave him a copy of Gray's Anatomy. And you're going to see that he will make visual references to that book, as well as the accident, kind of for the rest of his life. At 15, he ran away from home, and he actually lived in Washington Square Park. That's when he discovered drugs. But to support himself, he would paint T-shirts. I saw one of them on the internet, $100,000. And he would make handmade postcards on West Broadway. He made friends with all of the young artists out there like Keith Haring and Kenny Scharf. And the three became part of this graffiti movement that thrived on the Lower East Side, the East Village, in the late 70s. And he said it was very energizing. But his graffiti stood out. It was witty, it was poetic, same-o. It almost became copyrighted. It was all over Soho, all over Tribeca, and everybody loved same-o. He said, it's a tool for mocking bogusness, if you remember the 80s. He became an underground celebrity. Nobody could ignore him. He wore a green trench coat. He had a blonde mohawk. His feet were bare. He loved bare feet. He was smart. He was funny. He was charming. He had phenomenal energy. But drugs began making him, sometimes when you talk to him, he'd be very euphoric, sometimes paranoid. But his first big break came in 1981. He found 15 pieces of lumber and foam rubber. And he began just making these drawings of cars and cartoon characters and kind of smeared. It was almost like violent. One viewer said it was frenetic, but they sold immediately. And the demand for a Basquiat original began. Everybody wanted to buy one. He said they were selling faster than he can paint them. Now, you have to remember, 1981, he's selling these for $5,000 to $10,000 each. And he said, I began living my paintings. I slept on them. I walked over them. I ate on them. I put phone numbers on them. Collectors would come to his studio. Now he could afford a studio. And he said he became a commodity. It was almost like, come and watch this artist perform. But in March of 1982, he had a sold-out show that just had so much attention. Everything sold out at such high prices that it was on the news. And that attracted the attention of one of the most famous Manhattan art dealers, Larry Gagosian, the very first of a series of powerful art dealers that would wheel and deal for him. One of his most famous clients, Larry Gagosian's famous clients, was David Geffen. And he knew he could make a lot of money on flipping these paintings. At the same time, Basquiat was so inspired. His output was phenomenal. He kept painting and kept painting. Sometimes he would do 8 paintings in 1 week. And then the dealers began to pressure him. And with that kind of pressure, he would sometimes just fly into a rage and just slash up his canvases and not deliver them. In any event, Larry Gagosian arranged for him to have a show in LA in April of 1982. Every painting sold in a matter of minutes. They came in and said, I'll take it, I'll take it, I'll take it. The show was sold out. By November, he was back in New York at the Fun Gallery of New York. He said, I look back and those were the best paintings I ever did. They had a rough energy, they had a nasty edge. There were portraits of my heroes, Charlie Parker, Jackie Robinson, St. Joe Louis, surrounded by snakes. And in other paintings, he said, you know, boys never become men. I had to paint my skeletons and my skulls, and I became obsessed with deconstructing my images and the languages of my fragmented world. He said, I had to hide my best paintings so they wouldn't sell them. And you know something? They were found in a warehouse after he died in Washington Heights. But I think the heart of his story becomes his collaboration with Andy Warhol. And that was orchestrated by one of the greatest art dealers of all time, Bruno Bischofberger. He is the quintessential art dealer of the 80s. He handled Basquiat's work worldwide. He would buy everything he made in bulk. He organized a show for Basquiat in Tokyo, in Paris, then Madrid. And today, Bruno Bischofberger owns the best collection of Basquiat. It was Bischofberger that persuaded Andy Warhol to work with Basquiat. Warhol was inspired by Basquiat's energy in his youth. Basquiat idolized Andy Warhol. And I think the two of them together really embodied not just contemporary art, but contemporary culture. And he said, I began to need and really want Andy Warhol's approval. They became inseparable. They would work together. They'd go to all the parties together. Andy Warhol never took drugs. He said, but I'm appalled and at the same time fascinated by Basquiat's excesses. The big day. They had a show together at Tony Shafrazi's gallery in September of 1985. It was a glittering media event. It was a wild, noisy party afterward at the Palladium, and it hit all the news. I think that was really one of the biggest days. You know something? I really look back and I look at Basquiat's art as the true depiction of the glitzy 1980s art world. It's his art is just sharply etched. It's deadly accurate. I mean, imagination, intelligence, everything that was in the 80s is in these works of art. Basquiat himself always maintained that all he wanted was to be famous. He got his wish, of course, but that dream, because of the excesses, turned into a nightmare.
I've got an $800 bid. Let's go to my computer. Basquiat, the Wolf Sausage, for sale. He died in 1988. This was published in 2019. $30,000, and they sold it. Prove it. I'm going to click on it. What's the first thing they say? Sold. I found one for sale. The price went up. 38,000 British pounds. 30 at Hang Up Galleries in London. They have one that was printed in 2019, but it's signed by his sisters. We have to read the fine print. Sorry about that, because I want you to be able to read it. He died in 1988. It is signed by the artist's sisters. And how much is it? 38,000 British pounds. How much is it in, how much money is that? That's $50,000. Let's go to the certificate. Ours is guaranteed lifetime first edition. Ours is guaranteed lifetime first edition. Jean-Michel Basquiat sadly died of a heroin overdose. He did not make it to his 28th birthday. He's an unfortunate member of the 27 Club, where you're given great genius, 17, but die at 27. Jim Morrison, Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, Kurt Cobain, and others, like Basquiat, the 27 Club. Published by Edition Gallery Bruno Bischofberger in Zurich in 1985, guaranteed. One.
I'm a great genius. I'll reverse that. I'll be 72.
That's it. Tony's going to start a new club. It is a lifetime Basquiat. I cannot find a lifetime Basquiat under $30,000. I have one here. I have a no minimum bid format. It is guaranteed authentic forever. It is lifetime. That is going to be 26 by 24. There's a yardstick right there. Ballpark it at about 35. About 35. Very high-end, glossy, black lacquer frame, custom made to the piece, nothing off the shelf, nothing off the rack. It is guaranteed authentic forever. Wolf Sausage, posthumous, has sold at over $30,000. I have one that was published in the year 2019. You can buy it today. Go to my computer. This is live. This is real. 50,000 US dollars. There it is at Hang Up Galleries in London. There it is. That's real. How much is 38,000 British pounds? $50,000. I've got a $1,700 bid. But what year was this published? 2019. He died in 1988. He died in 1988. It's signed by his sisters. They have the legal administration of the estate. Before we look at this, no, we can do this. On the left is Jean-Michel Basquiat. In the center is Brooke Bartlett. On the right is Bruno Bischofberger. He owns this gallery in Switzerland. I love brutalism in architecture. Me and a guy named David Perry. That's in Mondorf, Zurich, Switzerland. I can give you the phone number, but we want to go to history. I'm going to enlarge it. Center it. In 1966, Bruno Bischofberger meets Andy Warhol for the first time. In the late 1970s, throughout the 80s, he carries Jean-Michel Basquiat and others. In May of 1982, Bischofberger hears that Jean-Michel Basquiat has left Anina Nosse's gallery. She'd only had him for 4 or 5 months. The artist tells him, the reason I left is that despite my warnings, she was selling paintings that weren't finished. Bischofberger becomes Basquiat's exclusive art dealer, an agreement that lasts until the day he died. I'm looking for $60,000. This one is $76,000. It was published after he died. He was not alive. This one, $48,000. What year was it published? (2023). Dated on the back, August 3rd, 2023. It is signed by his sisters. That's $48,000. I'm offering you lifetime first edition. Lifetime first edition. Lifetime, right here in front of you. We've got 6 minutes left in the show. This one, sold November 4th. How much? $77,000. He wasn't alive. He was not alive. They are selling. This is a poster. It's a poster. It's a poster. It's a poster. It's a good poster. It's a darn good poster. Because it's lifetime. He died in 1988. It's a darn good poster. This was printed in 2019. It is wolf sausage. How much is 38,000 British pounds? 50 grand. That's a bit of a discount. But ours is lifetime. Ours is lifetime. 50,000 US dollars. 38,000 British pounds. But when was it printed? When was this printed? It was printed in 2019. It is signed by the artist sisters. It is coming out of the estate. So why is it $50,000? 38,000 British pounds. Because they own the legal copyright. That's good. They own the legal rights. That means it's authentic. They own the legal rights. What year? 2019. Let's go back to the certificate. What year did he die? 1988. I'm looking for $50,000. Which would you rather have? A lifetime first edition published by the man who published Andy Warhol and Basquiat in the 80s, was Basquiat's last art dealer, go to my computer, literally featured in Smithsonian Magazine, Jean-Michel Basquiat, Brooke Bartlett, and Bruno Bischofberger in San Moritz. There's the gallery. Just type his name. Just type his name. Here, I'll give you his phone number. It's right here. There, call him up. Ask him if it's real. The original paintings in the Davros collection in Switzerland. That's his phone number. Write him, email him. 2,100? I wouldn't sell this for 21,000. Not when a reprint is going for $51,000. I love this show. We make people happy. Back to the cert, last of the last. Basquiat passed away in 1988. Published, guaranteed, by Bruno Bischofberger in 1985 in Zurich, Switzerland. He went to Zurich, Switzerland 6 times. And this is live, this is real, and this is happening right now. We approach the last minute. It is guaranteed authentic forever. You're bidding on a lifetime. You can't get this for $10,000. Yeah. You know, as long as I've been doing this show, Andy Warhol has been rated number 5 in the world in terms of dollar sales. He's just been surpassed by Basquiat, who is now number 4. And I've shown it on the air. I showed it last week. Quite amazing. I think that's what every teacher wants, for the pupil to surpass the master. Isn't that wonderful? I think it is. Andy Warhol is America's greatest artist because he's the founder, the visionary of pop art, a reflection of American popular culture. His student forms the bridge from pop art into graffiti art. Graffiti art, urban art, street art, whatever you want to call it, is the art of our lifetime. It is our movement. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ray Taylor. On behalf of everyone here at the Fine Art Auction, thank you. Whether you bid and want a Basquiat, or maybe you just wanted to watch and take your mind off all the cares and the worries in the world, we've had our share. You know what you can do? Go to a museum, hopefully an art museum. Every time you walk out, you're like, it's not so bad. The other thing you can do, plant a tree. Did you know on the bottom of the Sahara Desert in Africa, they're planting 3 billion trees to stop desertification? I think it's wonderful. Plant a tree. We broadcast every Friday, what is it, Monday, Sunday, and only here. I'll see you at the auction.